Chapter 675. God damn it, why am I so unlucky? Han Shua cursed in his mind before he grabbed Akeley and prepared to leave again. He had just evaded Akeley's pursuers from the Blue Ocean continent, and hadn't even had the time to properly rest when he was caught up in such a situation. He was very angry. Save me! There's a god hunter! That cultivator of the elemental energy of death who was fleeing in Han Shua's direction hastily shouted when he saw Han Shua planning to leave. Psycho! Han Shua muttered. Without paying any attention to the person behind him, he grabbed Akeley and flew into the distance. Oh, another little lamb cultivating in the element of death. Hee, my luck is pretty good today, the old woman who was pretending to be a god hunter laughed sinisterly. She seemed even happier than before. Fool, don't follow me. Let's split up. When that person saw that Han Shua was able to fly so quickly while carrying a person, he immediately thought that Han Shua was an expert who could save his life. Han Shua was so infuriated that he started cursing loudly. Save me, I'm willing to give you all the crystal coins I have. He started to yell. I can't even protect myself. I can't save you. Han Shua shouted. He increased his speed again and secretly borrowed a portion of the demonic yuan in his body. Brian, what's wrong now? Akeley asked in a vexed manner. We've run into a god hunter. A mid-god of death. This is going to be a little troublesome. Han Shua replied. Akeley's face jolted when he heard the name God Hunter. Obviously, he knew about the God Hunter. However, to Han Shua's surprise, Akeley seemed to have no concept of death. Han Shua immediately shouted, let's fight it out with her. We won't be able to escape from a mid-god. Not necessarily. Han Shua coldly shouted. Killing intent surfaced in his heart as he asked, Akeley, can you walk on your own now? Yes, I can run on land. But I can't fly yet. Akeley replied in a puzzled manner. That's good. Keep running straight ahead. I'll definitely find you later. That god hunter cultivates in the elemental energy of death and I am his main target. I will lure him away and come back for you later. Han Shua suddenly descended from the sky and threw Akeley down. This was a strange forest with many rugged rocks. Although running on the ground was slow, it was much more stealthy than flying in the sky. You're crazy. You won't be able to lure her away at all. You'll only be throwing your life away. Akeley shouted, we might still have a chance if we fight her to the death. Run forward, don't stop. I promise you that nothing will happen to me. Han Shua shouted calmly. Without any hesitation, he suddenly changed his direction and flew towards another region. At the same time, not far behind Han Shua, a miserable howl pierced through the air. Judging from the sound, the person behind Han Shua should have met with a calamity. God damn it, he sure died fast. Han Shua abruptly slowed down and deliberately released the aura of death from his body. Several mystical demons were released from the cauldron of myriad demon and scattered in all directions. On top of a cliff, Han Shua stood motionless as he coldly gazed at the god hunter who emerged from the faint smoke. The old woman was still holding the corpse of the person who had called for help from Han Shua in one hand. Her claw-like fingers were deep in his back as though she was still sucking the divine energy from his body. Little lamb, why have you stopped running? The old woman asked with a sinister smile. Her hands were covered in blood as she walked towards Han Shua step by step. I know that I can't escape from you. I might as well conserve my strength and fight you to the death. That way, I might stand a chance. Han Shua looked at her coldly and said in a dull voice. You are smart enough to know that you can't escape. But it's a pity that your strength is a little lacking. In this wilderness, a low god like you wouldn't stand a chance against me. But seeing that you have saved me a lot of energy, I will let you die a little easier. The old woman laughed sinisterly. Her sharp claws that were stuck in the back of the corpse trembled unceasingly as she rapidly sucked away the remaining divine energy in his body. This was a cliff. Han Shua had used Cauldron Spirit to scout the surroundings and found that there were no advanced life forms within a few miles of this place. Han Shua stood on top of the cliff. Ahead of him was a cliff that was neither too deep nor too shallow. It was shrouded in clouds and mist. The God Hunter was hovering in midair amidst the faint mist. "Oh, I'll thank you in advance then." Han Shua's eyes were fixed on her. He didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, he was terrifyingly calm. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The old woman was still sucking away the divine energy in the corpse. She wasn't in a hurry to attack Han Shua. Instead, she looked at Han Shua and asked with great interest. "Now that things have come to this, there's no point in being afraid of you. I will only die faster. Why should I be afraid of you?" Han Shua put on an indifferent face, but his heart grew colder and colder. "You are very special. To have such a state of mind at such a young age is truly remarkable. What a pity that you met me so early. How unfortunate." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath after finally sucking away all of the divine energy in the corpse. She seemed to be enjoying that wonderful feeling. She wore a satisfied look on her face. Using Cauldron Spirit's energy, the mystical demons circled around the area to make sure that no one would come near. "What are you waiting for?" Han Shua suddenly smiled. His smile was somewhat sinister and unfathomable. "Ha!" she exclaimed softly. She sized up Han Shua in a somewhat strange manner. She shook her head and laughed in a low voice, "So it's a little lamb that wants to die early. How interesting." As soon as she finished those words, death rays suddenly shot out from her 10 fingers. These death rays were fast and ruthless. They streaked across the void, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. They were full of bewitching beauty. A shiver that came from the depths of his soul suddenly surged towards Han Shua. Han Shua's limbs suddenly stiffened. In such a state, Han Shua didn't have the time to put up any defensive measures. The death rays pierced through his arms, ankles, and shoulders. Through the rays, the divine energy of death surged into Han Shua's body and froze Han Shua's body in almost an instant. It was only after all this happened that the old woman suddenly deployed her domain of divinity. All the elemental energy of death in the vicinity instantly gathered at high speed around her body, leaving Han Shua powerless. What a pitiful lamb. I thought it would take more effort. I didn't expect it to be this easy. The old woman giggled softly and pretended to feel pity. At the next moment, Han Shua suddenly sensed that the divine energy of his avatar of death that he had deliberately filled his body with was rapidly flowing into the old woman's body through the death rays that pierced through his arms and ankles. What a wonderful energy! I will be able to break through to late-stage mid-god after killing 100 more of them, she mumbled in satisfaction. Oh, this is indeed a shortcut. No wonder so many people are willing to take the risk. Han Shua spread his arms like a piece of meat nailed to a chopping board. He appeared to be at her mercy. However, there was not a hint of fear in his words. The old woman was getting more and more curious about Han Shua. In the past, those lesser gods who had their divine energy absorbed by her would struggle desperately in fear, desperately cry for help, or beg for her forgiveness with tearful eyes. However, there had never been a person who could be as calm and unruffled as this young man before her while his divine energy was being absorbed. You really aren't afraid?" She was rather puzzled. She sized up Han Shua and said, "As far as I know, the process of absorbing divine energy isn't as easy as you make it out to be. This process is actually accompanied by tremendous pain, isn't it? I have experienced pain much more terrifying than this. To me, this kind of pain is nothing." Han Shua put on a carefree smile. He appeared to be even more relaxed than the old woman. It was as though he was the one absorbing the divine energy of others and not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "Perhaps you haven't experienced this process before. Don't worry, you'll have the chance to experience it very soon." Han Shua grinned evilly and chuckled. His smile was somewhat cruel and vaguely ruthless. "Ha!" The old woman suddenly cried out in surprise. She discovered that she could no longer absorb any divine energy from Han Shuo. This was a little different from what she had experienced in the past. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that all the divine energy in your body? Impossible. You are a low god. It's impossible for you to have so little divine energy. What's going on? Of course, there's more than that in my body." It was now Han Shuo's turn to smile hideously. He stared at her cruelly and coldly said, "Unfortunately, you won't be able to absorb any more." Han Shuo's avatar that cultivated in the energy of death had entered the cauldron of myriad demon. As the most powerful demonic weapon left behind by Gu Tianxia the exalted demon lord, the cauldron of myriad demon was not something that a mere mid-god could shake even if it didn't have nearly 10,000 demon generals at its disposal. What's going on with you? Kid, don't play any tricks with me, or I guarantee that you'll die a horrible death. She felt that something wasn't quite right about the strange situation. She stared at Han Shuo and said coldly, "Oh, it's nothing. I just want you to return what belongs to me." Han Shuo shrugged as though he wanted to prove to her that the death rays she produced did not really restrain his movements. "Everything has an interest. Since you borrowed something from me, you should pay some interest, don't you think?" How can you still move?" "No, impossible." "How is this possible?" The old woman, who looked like a dried corpse, suddenly started yelling in a neurotic manner. She felt that Han Shuo was more and more strange. "Nothing is impossible. As I said just now, you will soon experience the painful process." Under her gaze, Han Shuo grinned and laughed loudly. With one thought, the demonic arts in his demonic infant suddenly circulated. The demonic yuan in every cell of his body was activated. Arg! The old woman's body trembled and her face contorted. Suddenly, she let out a blood-curdling howl. It sounded as though she was in extreme pain. "You refused to leave heaven when there was no door to hell, yet you chose to barge in. You're courting death." Han Shuo laughed hideously. Chapter 676. If Han Shuo's demonic arts hadn't improved tremendously and if Han Shuo didn't have the cauldron of myriad demon as a shield, he would have had no choice but to flee for his life. It was obvious that this god hunter crone was unlucky to have run into Han Shuo, whose strength had improved tremendously. Demonic cultivators had always been adept at devouring at the expense of others. The two avatars that entered the cauldron of myriad demon were completely unaffected by the old woman's death rays. On the other hand, Han Shuo, who had used the devouring property of demonic arts to turn the tables, had turned from a lamb to a butcher. In an instant, the divine energy in the old woman's body flowed through the death rays that penetrated Han Shuo's shoulders and ankles and back into Han Shuo's body. The sudden and intense pain caught her off guard. She immediately shrieked miserably. "You! How is this possible?" Despite experiencing such intense pain, her reaction was far inferior to Han Shuo's. Even her speech began to stutter. Her grimacing face made her look even more terrifying. Han Shuo didn't say a word but stared coldly at the old woman. While she was speaking, the cauldron of myriad demon suddenly flew out and covered her head. The cauldron of myriad demon immediately formed a magnetic field that could affect one's soul. The old woman, who was about to sever the death rays and escape from Han Shuo's devouring, shrieked even more painfully under the magnetic field. Her voice traveled far and wide. Her grayish-white eyes looked a little dazed as though she couldn't tell what was going on. Han Shuo suddenly closed his eyes and focused all of his attention. After the cauldron of myriad demon left his body, the demonic yuan in his body began to circulate at an accelerated rate. With the help of the death rays, he rapidly extracted the divine energy of death from the old woman's body. Han Shuo's avatar of death that had escaped from the cauldron of myriad demon quickly recovered that portion of divine energy. Han Shuo sneered in his mind. He did not expect that he would run into such a ferocious god hunter so soon after arriving on Elysium. Fortunately, Han Shuo had concealed his strength. His misfortune had turned into fortune. This old woman was a mid-god of death. Han Shuo believed that as long as he could devour all the divine energy in her body, the strength of his avatar would skyrocket. Unlike his avatar that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, his avatar that cultivated in the elemental energy of death had once fused with the pure divine soul of a mid-god in the abyss. With the understanding of the element of death from that divine soul, Han Shuo would be able to advance his cultivation in an extremely short period of time once he had sufficient divine energy to replenish himself. The cauldron of myriad demon shrouded the old woman from afar. Using the power of the demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon, the cauldron of myriad demon formed a magnetic field above her head that affected the clarity of her soul. Under the influence of the cauldron of myriad demon, her soul was in a daze, unable to discern what was going on. All she could do was let Han Shuo do whatever he wanted. What powerful divine energy of death! As expected of a mid-god. Han Shuo was overjoyed when he sensed the influx of divine energy from the old woman's body. He began to enjoy the process even more effortlessly. Brian, that friend of yours is in trouble. Also, some people are coming this way. Cauldron Spirit suddenly transmitted while Brian was enjoying the wonderful state. In an instant, through the mystical demons released by Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo discovered that a group of people were chasing after Akeley. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man cultivating in the Edict of Destruction. He possessed late-stage low-god strength. Behind him were two other gods cultivating in the Edict of Darkness and a few lesser gods who were slightly weaker than him. With just a glance, Han Shuo immediately realized that they were those who had been chasing after Akeley. However, Han Shuo had no idea how they managed to locate Akeley so quickly. On the other side, the targets of the god hunters who had previously fled were rapidly approaching Han Shuo's location along with Dolores after hearing the miserable shrieks of the old woman beside him. Whether it was Akeley's side or Dolores' side, both would hinder Han Shuo's grand plan of devouring the old woman. Dolores' side was especially so. God hunters were hated and hated by everyone. Han Shuo's current actions were no different from those god hunters, even though his target was also a god hunter. If Dolores were to see what Han Shuo was doing, no matter how close Dolores was to Donna, he would have no choice but to deal with Han Shuo under the watchful eyes of so many people. Moreover, from that moment onwards, Han Shuo's name would forever be branded as a god hunter. No family clan would dare to openly recruit a god hunter no matter how powerful they were. It would be extremely detrimental to Han Shuo's future development. Han Shuo absolutely did not wish to see such an outcome. Kill. You take the soul and I will destroy the corpse. Han Shuo decisively conveyed his intentions to Cauldron Spirit. All right. Cauldron Spirit immediately agreed and put into action. The cauldron of myriad demon that had been hovering above the old woman's head all this time suddenly descended and clamped down on her head. Han Shuo gave up on sucking the divine energy from the old woman's body and suddenly advanced. Demonic flames erupted from his palms and engulfed her entire body. The peculiar patterns on the surface of the cauldron of myriad demon gradually began to overflow with beautiful green radiance. Strange ripples flowed from the old woman's neck into the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo could clearly feel the old woman's soul being sucked away. Under the burning of the red flames of the mystical glacial spell fire, the god hunter's body was charred black and her original appearance was no longer recognizable. After the cauldron of myriad demon pulled her divine soul into the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo flung her charred body towards the cliff ahead. Han Shuo did not linger for even a moment. He deployed his demonic arts to the fullest and flew towards Akeley like an invisible shadow. 2 minutes after Han Shuo left, Dolores arrived with a group of divine guards. After coldly surveying the surroundings, Dolores bunched his brows and asked in puzzlement, the voice clearly came from this place. Where did that god hunter go? Chia! A young woman cried out in alarm. She pounced towards the low god of death that the old woman killed and cried out in pain. My lord, that god hunter must have known that you were coming and escaped. One of the divine guards said to Dolores. Form groups of 3 and spread out. Search the area. Once you see that person, immediately shout the alarm but do not stray too far from here. Dolores commanded. The divine guards were all well trained. Upon hearing the command, they split into groups of 3 and spread out with Dolores at the center. They began searching. Soon enough, a long howl sounded from the depths of the cliff. Dolores' face jolted and he suddenly fell down the cliff. Soon, he arrived at the bottom of the cliff and saw the body of the old woman that Han Shuo had abandoned. Dolores walked towards the charred body of the old woman, squatted down, and stabbed the body with his spear a few times. Suddenly, his face jolted and he exclaimed in a deep voice, "It's her. That god hunter is dead. How is this possible? Who killed her?" What? The sobbing woman walked over and asked in disbelief. "According to your description, this body is definitely that of the god hunter who pursued you. I can't believe that someone killed her." Dolores was very astonished. He suddenly asked, "Did you say that there was a third person in Chia's direction?" "That's right, we heard the voice of a third person. However, as we were busy fleeing, we did not hear what he said clearly." The woman replied. "My lord, what should we do?" One of the divine guards asked worriedly. "Let's drag her body back first. As for the person who killed her, we will slowly investigate him. He might not be malicious." Dolores hesitated for a moment before he said, "Everyone, do not spread out. Be careful. To be able to kill a mid-stage low god in such a short period of time, just how powerful must such a person be?" Dolores felt a chill in his heart after making a few guesses. He did not dare to rashly search the area to avoid unnecessary casualties. These subordinates were all Dolores' subordinates and he did not wish for any accidents to happen. "My lord, then wouldn't Chia have died in vain?" The woman whose friend had died made a ruckus while sobbing. "What are you arguing about?" Dolores' face turned cold and he impatiently said, "Isn't this god hunter dead? As for who killed her, that's not important at all. What else do you want?" Dolores looked at the divine guards beside him and shouted, "Return." Those few youngsters whose friends had died looked at each other and could only sigh helplessly. In order to avoid becoming the target of other god hunters, they had no choice but to hastily follow Dolores and his party. Akeley, tell us everything and we will spare your life." The burly man who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction said in a deep voice after he and his party of 5 surrounded Akeley and ensured that Akeley would not be able to escape. "Bonnie, when have you ever fulfilled your promises? Tell us everything and you will spare my life. Who do you think you are trying to fool?" Akeley sneered and ridiculed in the face of such a sure-death situation. He did not appear flustered at all. "Brother, it's not like you don't know Akeley's temper. There's nothing to say to him. Let's just kill him and take his things. That would be the best." Another person said hatefully. "Idiot, if I hadn't torn apart a portion of the scroll and memorized its contents, do you think your brother would have wasted so much time talking to me?" Akeley looked at the person who came up with the idea disdainfully. You are courting death." Akeley, who had suffered greatly in Akeley's hands, couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Shut up." Bonnie stopped that person and took a deep breath. His face grew colder and colder. He stared at Akeley and asked, "Akeley, are you really not going to tell us anything even if you die?" "I'm going to die whether I tell you or not. Why should I let you have your way?" Akeley laughed mischievously. His eyes gradually revealed the color of insanity. "But before I die, I will definitely drag one more person down with me. Do you believe me? Everyone, be careful. We must capture him alive. As long as we bring him back to the Blue Ocean continent, the Patriarch will have a way to extract everything from his soul." Bonnie waved his hand. Not only did the party not press forward, they even retreated step by step. "That fella seems to be done for. Otherwise, he would have arrived long ago." Akeley thought to himself before he lost his mind. He didn't believe that Han Shuo could really escape from a mid-god. "I'll be the main attacker. You guys keep him busy. Akeley is a lunatic. Be careful," Bonnie said again. He was secretly pondering on how to capture Akeley alive. After chasing Akeley for so long, Bonnie knew that Akeley would not hesitate to drag a few people down with him once he knew that he was dead for sure. He was one of those troublesome characters who would rather die than let others live peacefully. Although Bonnie's strength was slightly higher than Akeley's, it would still be a headache to capture Akeley alive. Akeley was surrounded in the center. With his heavily injured body, there was absolutely no hope of him surviving. Under such circumstances, Akeley no longer held any hope in his heart. All he wanted was to kill one or two of them before he died. He secretly displayed the technique of mutual destruction, prepared to destroy himself the moment the battle began and gravely injure his opponents. Akeley, don't be impulsive. I can save you. Han Shua's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Akeley, who was ready to destroy himself, raised his eyebrows and cried out in surprise, "You're not dead. Why would we die? You're the one who's going to die." That person who had suffered at Akeley's hands sneered. "Don't talk and don't move. Maintain this posture and don't move." Han Shua reminded Akeley to quieten down. "Do it," Bonnie lightly shouted. In an instant, he unfolded his domain of divinity. All kinds of elemental energies around him were affected by the domain of divinity. Right at this moment, a multicolored banner that looked like a dark cloud floated over from an unknown place and suddenly fell from the sky. "Brother, what is this? Hurry up and take down Akeley. Someone else is interfering. Akeley must have found help." Bonnie shouted and dashed towards the motionless Akeley. However, the speed at which the banner of hallucination descended was faster than they had imagined. When Bonnie dashed towards Akeley, he suddenly felt as though the sky and earth were spinning. He suddenly lost his sense of direction. A faint mist had unknowingly filled his surroundings, preventing him from seeing his surroundings clearly. Akeley, who was at the center of the mist, was on tenterhooks when he suddenly discovered that he was being crudely grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Having been tormented by Han Shua, Akeley immediately knew that Han Shua was really coming. "Let's go." Han Shua chuckled and swiftly disappeared into the faint mist. He soon disappeared from this area. The banner of hallucination followed him lightly and was retrieved by him. "Man! Where's he? Where's Akeley?" The faint mist gradually dispersed. When Bonnie and the others could clearly see their surroundings, they suddenly discovered that their target had long since disappeared without a trace. "We left a mark on him. He can't escape." Bonnie took out a sharp horn and pointed it at his chest. He took a few deep breaths and pointed in the direction that Han Shua had left. He shouted, "Follow me." "So they left a mark on you. No wonder. I was wondering how they could find you so quickly." Han Shua smiled and said to Akeley, whose head was drooping. "What mark?" Akeley was startled and hastily asked. After hearing Han Shua's words, he also realized that something was amiss. "We will know very soon. Don't worry." Han Shua smiled faintly and consoled Akeley. He was secretly contemplating whether or not he should seize this opportunity to finish off those people. After thinking for a moment, he felt that it was better for them to stay alive so that Akeley would be more reliant on him. Hence, he gave up on the idea of turning back and killing them. Chapter 677. After Han Shua borrowed the demonic yuan from his main body, Bonnie and his party were no longer able to catch up to him. The distance between the two parties gradually increased. Akeley was very curious about how Han Shua escaped from that god hunter and how he rescued him from Bonnie. Therefore, he kept asking Han Shua about those two matters. Han Shua lied to him that Dolores had arrived ahead of him and scared away the god hunter that was chasing after him. As for rescuing him from Bonnie, Han Shua said that he used a kind of hallucinogen. Akeley, who had personally experienced everything, saw the faint mist that suddenly appeared around them. He did not suspect Han Shua too much. Akeley had a general idea of the location of the Divine Essence mine. Unfortunately, neither of them were familiar with Elysium and had no idea where they were. Although Akeley knew the approximate location of the Divine Essence mine from the scroll, he was at his wits' end. "We need to find a populated town and ask about the situation." Akeley asked for Han Shua's opinion after keeping silent for a moment. That's for sure. But before that, we must first erase the imprint on your body. Otherwise, Bonnie and his pursuers might catch up again. Han Shua nodded in agreement and gave his own opinion. Of course. Choose a safe place first and we will carefully examine you, Han Shua said. Akeley had been rescued twice by Han Shua. In addition to the fact that he had yet to fully recover from his serious injuries, Han Shua's opinion was the main priority for the time being. No problem. Han Shua extended his consciousness. With the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, he was able to detect movements even further away. Yet another barren mountain was chosen by Han Shua. Soon enough, Han Shua and Akeley landed on it. I'll check it myself, Akeley said softly after sitting down on a dark green rock. He then closed his eyes and started searching for the imprint on his body. Akeley had just recovered a bit of his strength due to his serious injuries and his mental state was poor. Therefore, Han Shua was unable to find the imprint on his body. Seeing that Akeley was in a difficult position, Han Shua moved his consciousness and focused his attention on Akeley's body. He probed into every anomaly in Akeley's body bit by bit. Akeley's consciousness was invisible and formless. In the realm of Omen, it was even more invisible. There was no way that Akeley could detect Han Shua's movements. After a while, Han Shua suddenly said, "In your back, inside a piece of bone near your chest. From the looks of it, you were hit on the back, and the mark should have been left at that time. That damned Bonnie. He could have killed me but he didn't. He's waiting for me to exhaust all my strength before capturing me alive. What a great plan indeed." Akeley cursed loudly. He immediately understood Bonnie's plan from Han Shua's words. Bonnie was able to hit his back with one strike and leave a mark on his bones near his heart. This meant that Bonnie could completely shatter his heart and kill him. The reason why Bonnie didn't do so was that he didn't want Akeley to die. Instead, he wanted to obtain everything in Akeley's soul. It was very easy for a god to obtain what he wanted from the soul of an ordinary person. However, the more powerful a person was, the more complicated their soul would be. An ordinary low god might be able to obtain everything from the soul of a demigod, but it was absolutely impossible for him to obtain information from the divine soul of a god of the same level. Bonnie obviously couldn't obtain what he wanted from Akeley's divine soul. Therefore, he didn't dare to kill Akeley. All he wanted was to capture Akeley alive and bring him back to the Blue Ocean continent so that someone else could obtain everything in Akeley's brain. Find that imprint and get rid of it. Otherwise, they will find us again very soon. Han Shua urged. Akeley said no more. He followed Han Shua's instructions and slowly gathered the energy of destruction in his body bit by bit towards his back. When he found the target according to Han Shua's instructions, he suddenly exerted force. A crisp sound was heard and Akeley let out a muffled groan. There's no problem now. We can try to get out of here and find someone to ask about our current location and the direction we are heading to. Han Shua nodded and said after carefully sensing with his consciousness that the imprint had truly been destroyed by Akeley. Yes, the Divine Essence Mine is located within the Overgod of Darkness Divine Territory. According to the description on the scroll, that location isn't too far from the transportation point I came from. That's why I escaped here. Akeley revealed to Han Shua. Let's go, let's quickly find someone to ask. Han Shua grabbed Akeley again and continued flying. Can you not do this next time? I feel very uncomfortable every time you grab me. I feel like a captive. Akeley rolled his eyes and complained to Han Shua. I will be more careful in the future, Han Shua casually replied. He obviously did not take Akeley's words to heart. It was only after arriving on Elysium that Han Shua realized just how vast this material plane was. It took him a long time just to fly out of a valley where an interplanar transportation point was set up. It would be unimaginable on Profound Continent. According to Donna's description of Elysium to Han Shua, Elysium was 1,000 times larger than Profound Continent. It was the vastest and most mystical material plane in the universe. Han Shua didn't quite believe it before. It was only after arriving on Elysium that he realized that Donna was telling the truth. Han Shua did not discover any traces of animals throughout his journey from the valley. He only saw some bizarre plants. This made Han Shua very curious. He couldn't figure out what was going on. When they finally left the valley, they saw a yellow plain with no end in sight. Han Shua heard from Dolores that after crossing the yellow plain, they would be able to see a village and ask for the location of the City of Shadows. At present, Han Shua had no intention of going to the City of Shadows. However, he still had to find the person. Therefore, he once again hurried on his journey with Akeley. After spending 2 days crossing the plain, he immediately sensed the presence of life. After flying for a while, he hadn't seen any signs of life along the barren road. Now that he suddenly discovered the presence of humans, he hastily increased his speed. Soon after, a small village similar to those on Profound Continent came into Han Shua's line of sight. Before entering, Han Shua used his consciousness to sense the place and discovered that the soul energies of the people in the village varied. They weren't as powerful as Han Shua had imagined. "Let's go, we've found a village with people." "Don't worry, the strength of the people there isn't too exaggerated. It should be safe." Han Shua put Akeley down and the two walked towards the village. Before they even got close to the village, Han Shua heard the sounds of cheers and laughter. With the help of a mystical demon, Han Shua discovered that a religious ceremony was being held in the village. Based on Han Shua's understanding of the Calamity Church, he immediately realized that the people in the village were praying to the 3 overgods of the Calamity Church. Perhaps it was because the elemental energies were the densest on Elysium, the people here were much more powerful than the civilians on Profound Continent. With just a little sensing, Han Shua discovered that most of the villagers possessed demigod strength. There were also a few who possessed base god strength. Some of the very young children possessed strength equivalent to sword masters and archmages on Profound Continent. You might not know the details of the situation on Elysium. In the villages here, once a low god cultivator reaches low god rank, he or she will not stay in a small village. They will definitely move to the big cities and join the big family clans and forces, hoping to advance further and gain more wealth and status. Those who stay in the villages are mostly mediocre people or children who have yet to truly mature. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that there wouldn't be any experts in the village. God hunters wouldn't come to a village without a true god. They wouldn't be able to get what they want here. Akeley explained after Han Shua put him down. "This is also your first time on Elysium. But why do you seem to know this place so well?" Han Shua asked puzzledly. "Although this is my first time on Elysium, my master has been to Elysium a few times before. When he returned, he would tell me in detail about Elysium. That's why I know more than you do." Akeley explained. "Where's your master? Why isn't he with you at a time like this?" Han Shua was stunned. Akeley's expression turned somewhat gloomy. He let out a sigh and said, "He's dead. He was severely injured on Elysium. Not long after he returned to Blue Ocean Continent, he was besieged and killed by those people from the House of Bonnie. If my master wasn't dead, how would Bonnie and those people dare to lay their hands on me? My apologies." Han Shua apologized when he inadvertently brought up Akeley's sad memories. Akeley forced a smile and shook his head. He said, "It's all right. The reason I came to Profound Continent this time is not only to obtain the Divine Essence Mine, but also to find out who injured my master. Once I find that person, I will surely avenge my master." Han Shua did not comment on Akeley's solemn vow. If even his master was severely injured, what could he possibly do by himself? What kind of look is that? Akeley glared at Han Shua and angrily said, "That's right, I am indeed very weak right now. But when I find the Divine Essence Mine and obtain enough Divine Essences that contain the energy of destruction, things will be completely different." Han Shua nodded after hearing Akeley's words. He thought to himself, so that's what Akeley is planning. It seems that searching for the Divine Essence Mine isn't as simple as getting rich. We're here. Han Shua and Akeley had already entered the village. Some children who were playing surrounded them and giggled. They asked the two in their childish voices where they came from. Somewhere very far away. Akeley replied impatiently. Han Shua took out some small trinkets from his space ring and distributed one to each of them smilingly. The children were overjoyed to receive Han Shua's trinkets. They pulled on the corners of Han Shua's clothes and jumped up and down. A few adults in the distance had a very favorable impression of Han Shua after seeing how he treated the children in such a friendly manner. They greeted Han Shua from afar and gestured for Han Shua to come over. "We have a favor to ask of you. Don't put on that sour face all the time. Relax." Han Shua lectured Akeley as they walked. However, it seemed that Akeley wasn't listening at all. Chapter 678. "Hi, two friends, where are you from?" An old man with grizzled hair and a hunched back greeted Han Shua and Akeley with a smile. Behind him, many villagers looked at the two of them in a friendly manner with smiles on their faces. The worship of the Three Calamity Church over gods was still going on not far away. The ceremony didn't look particularly solemn and the villagers didn't look too serious either. They seemed very relaxed. "We came from another continent and we don't know where we are. We are looking for a place and we hope you can help us," Han Shua said with a smile as though he was chatting with an old friend. "Oh, so that's how it is. No problem. Travelers from other material planes often pass by this place. Hee, I can tell that you are believers of the Three Calamity over gods just by looking at you. We are more than happy to help you," the old man said cheerfully as though he had encountered such things often. He wasn't surprised at all. "Akeley, you tell them," Han Shua turned around and nodded at Akeley. Akeley, who had been following behind Han Shua, walked up to the old man and described the place he wanted to go. Everything Akeley knew came from that ancient scroll. Everything recorded on the ancient scroll was a long time ago. Some of the locations on the scroll might have undergone some changes. The old man seemed rather puzzled and kept asking Akeley for more details. After a round of negotiation, the old man kept silent for a good while. Soon after, he came to a realization and said, "It's about half a month's journey south from here. There is an enclosed mountain range there. It is said that there is a small mountain called the Demon Peak in that mountain range. I don't know if that is the place you are looking for. According to your description, it seems to be there. You can go and take a look." "Thank you," Akeley replied in a muffled voice. He then turned to Han Shua and said, "Let's go, it should be there." "Wait." When Han Shua turned to look at him in puzzlement, he explained, "You have just arrived on Elysium and might not be familiar with the situation here. On Elysium, there are all kinds of life forms other than humans. As I just said, that mountain range is a sealed-off territory. There are some alien races living there. The mountain range has been given to them. Without their permission, you will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble." "I understand, we will be careful, thank you." Han Shua nodded with a smile and thanked him. "You're welcome. Just be careful. They're also loyal to the three main gods, so they're under some restrictions. As long as you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, there shouldn't be any problems," the old man reminded them one last time. Han Shua expressed his understanding and left with Akeley after thanking him once more. On Elysium, humans naturally occupy the dominant position. However, there are many other races as well. Some of them cultivate in the 12 fundamental energies, and some are born with innate divine powers. These alien races will generally pledge allegiance to the 12 main gods and serve them. Therefore, they are also protected by the main gods. However, unlike humans, some of them don't like to live in human cities and will live in the mountains and lakes. They will only be summoned to join the battle when war is imminent. There should be such alien races living in that mountain range, Akeley explained to Han Shua after leaving the village. There were soul race clansmen even on Profound Continent, not to mention on Elysium, which was even more complicated. Back then, Grand Magus Claude of the Calamity Church had even summoned the three-eyed demon god Anstis. According to Han Shua's understanding, The three-eyed demon god Anstas was obviously one of the leaders of those alien races. With these experiences, Han Shua understood the situation even without Akeley's explanation. How can you be so sure that the Demon Mountain is our destination? Han Shua asked after thinking for a moment. I can't be sure, but that Demon Mountain is very suspicious. According to the description on the scroll, the mountain peak we are looking for looks like a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It looks very sinister. I described it to that old man and he immediately pointed out the Demon Mountain. I estimated that the direction should be correct. I believe that the Demon Mountain should be our target, Akeley explained to Han Shua. After hearing his words, Han Shua agreed with his judgment. If the direction was correct, then the mountain peak with the name of the demon was most likely the target they were looking for. The villagers said that it would take more than 10 days to travel from here to the mountain range. Han Shua and Akeley were talking according to their standard. Han Shua and Akeley didn't even spend half the time. They arrived at the mountain range in just 3 days. Along the way, Han Shua and Akeley came across many more villages. Ever since they left the wasteland, the number of humans had suddenly increased. Along the way, Han Shua discovered 2 god hunters. They were well concealed and both cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness. The 2 god hunters were just mid-gods and Han Shua wouldn't be able to gain much from them. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of surrounding them and evading them in advance. For some reason, ever since Han Shua had the experience of devouring that old god hunter's divine energy of death, he somewhat enjoyed the process. The temptation of suddenly increasing his strength was like a drug that nibbled away at Han Shua's willpower. Han Shua had an irresistible urge to seek out and absorb the divine energy of others of the same energy. The urge was so strong that it was as though it was constantly reminding Han Shua how fast and effective this method was. He couldn't help but think about it. Master, you can't go on like this. Your state of mind has been getting more and more chaotic lately. Cauldron's spirit suddenly transmitted after they arrived at the mountain range. I understand. I know where the problem lies. But for the time being, I have yet to find a solution. Han Shua took a deep breath and transmitted to Cauldron's spirit. The temptation is indeed not small. But you should let nature take its course. Demonic arts cultivators will do the same thing. But if they recklessly kill others to increase their strength, they will fall into a disadvantageous position. Demonic arts cultivators who cultivate their demonic arts by killing others will find it harder and harder to control themselves. In the end, they will devolve into madness and deviate from the original intent of demonic arts cultivators. They will never be able to reach the supreme realm. Cauldron's spirit explained to Han Shua. What should I do? Han Shua trusted Cauldron's spirit's judgment and asked. This kind of desire is like a drug. It is twisted and not something you should have. It is completely different from the desires deep in your heart under normal circumstances. What you need to do is to control that desire and understand what you are really doing instead of thinking about how to increase your strength by killing others. Cauldron's spirit solemnly reminded Han Shua. I know what I should do. Han Shua was no fool. He thought for a moment and immediately understood. He said to Akeley, don't enter that mountain range for now. You will need some time to recover from your injuries. That way, you will not be a burden to me. Won't you be able to completely control me in my current state? Akeley was astounded. We are in a cooperative relationship. I don't want to completely control you, nor am I worried that you will turn against me at a critical moment. Therefore, what you need is time, a time that will allow you to fly again. Han Shua thought to himself, with the strength of my main body, a low god of destruction like you will surely die. Why would I need to worry about you? Alright, let's find a place and give me some time to recover, Han Shua said. It was only at this moment that Akeley's gaze towards Han Shua was filled with trust. All along, Akeley had been on guard against Han Shua. He felt that the two of them were in a mutually beneficial relationship. Han Shua didn't really give Akeley time out of kindness. It was because Han Shua needed time more than Akeley. Han Shuo needed time to overcome the greed and desire in his heart and stabilize his mind. After finding a quiet cave, Han Shuo stuffed Akeley into it and opened up another cave for himself. After calming his mind, Han Shuo followed Cauldron Spirit's instructions and tried to overcome the increasingly intense greed and desire in the depths of his heart. From Donna's explanation, Han Shuo learned that god hunters were a bunch of lunatics. Once they had the experience of absorbing the divine energy of another, they would no longer be able to control their desires. Just as Cauldron Spirit had said, they were like a bunch of drug addicts who constantly hunted their targets to satisfy the greed in their hearts. Very few could overcome that desire. The reason why the dominions of overgods mercilessly slaughtered god hunters was because they knew that it was impossible for them to overcome that addiction and that they would continue to hunt their own kind. Therefore, they mercilessly slaughtered this bunch of hopeless people. After having the experience of absorbing that old woman's divine energy, Han Shuo also experienced that wonderful feeling. He imagined that everything that others had painstakingly cultivated would flow into his body in a short period of time and become the driving force for his rapid improvement. To those gods who believed in the Calamity Church and were evil in nature, this was indeed a deep desire that they could not get rid of. Inside the cave, Han Shuo opened up his heart and used his tenacious willpower to support him. He emptied his mind and tried his best to resist those thoughts that would pop up from time to time. The process of cultivating demonic arts was a battle against one's self. Ever since Han Shuo started cultivating demonic arts, he had been constantly challenging the limits of his endurance and enduring all kinds of inhuman pain. His willpower was unimaginable to most people. Every time a demonic arts cultivator underwent a rebirth, they would undergo a nirvanic rebirth. The process was often accompanied by excruciating pain. The fact that Han Shuo was able to endure it time and time again was a testament to his tenacity. Inside the cave, Han Shuo used his extraordinary willpower to resist the outbursts of the twisted desires. Sometimes, his body would tremble, and sometimes, he would beat his chest and stamp his feet. It was only later that he gradually calmed down with his inhuman willpower. 5 days later, Han Shuo had completely calmed down. His state of mind was as calm as still water. He had successfully overcome the abnormal desires. Congratulations, Master. I can sense that you have made some breakthroughs in the Omen realm. Also, I want to tell you that you can still use demonic arts to devour the energy of others in the future because you can now completely control that abnormal desire. It will no longer tempt you from the depths of your heart. You have once again defeated yourself. I understand. Han Shuo cheerfully stood up. His entire body was relaxed. Chapter 679. After walking out of the cave, Han Shuo saw Akeley recovering the divine energy in his body. Akeley appeared to be in a much better condition than a few days ago. However, it would take more than a few days for him to make a full recovery. Akeley woke up as soon as Han Shuo walked over. He opened his eyes and looked at Han Shuo. After adjusting his posture and stretching his neck, he stood up and asked, "What's wrong? How are you feeling? Are you feeling better?" Han Shuo asked. "I won't be fully recovered without a few years of recuperation. Of course, if we find the divine essence mine, it will be a different story." Akeley sighed helplessly and forced a smile. "Don't worry. As long as the divine essence mine is in this mountain range, we will definitely find it," Han Shuo said confidently. "Even I don't have that much confidence." "Where did you get that confidence from?" Akeley smilingly asked Han Shuo. "I found a good friend. With his help, as long as the divine essence mine is really in the mountain range, don't worry, we will get it." Han Shuo was very confident. With Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie by his side, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that he no longer needed Akeley. As long as he was sure of the direction, the divine essence mine would be in his hands. "What? You found another friend? Where did you find a friend in this continent?" Akeley was astonished. He looked all around vigilantly and appeared very worried. "Why did you make such a decision without my consent? Do you know what those divine essence mines mean?" If that friend of yours has any ulterior motives, we will all be finished. You are too preposterous. Akeley was obviously very angry. Don't worry, he won't interfere. Furthermore, we'll split the spoils according to our original agreement. His share will come from me. You don't have to worry about harming your own interests. The Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie wouldn't ask for anything from Han Shua, so his share wouldn't change. It's not a matter of how much we split the profits. This friend of yours is likely to ruin our plans. Where is he? Akeley was very anxious. He was very angry at Han Shua for making the decision without authorization. Come out. Han Shua smiled faintly and stamped the ground beneath his feet. The Earth Elite Zombie poked its head out from the depths of the earth. He cultivates in the elemental energy of Earth. Akeley cried out in surprise again. He pointed at Han Shua and exclaimed, "You are crazy. How could you trust such a person? I thought that since he cultivates the three elements of death, destruction, and darkness, there would still be a possibility of cooperation. However, it's obvious that he's a cultivator of the element of Earth. Why were you so muddle-headed?" After absorbing more than half of the Primordius Dragon's divine soul and divine energy, Earth Elite Zombie's body began to emit distinct elemental energy of Earth. Han Shua and his soul were connected. After carefully sensing for a moment, he discovered that Earth Elite Zombie's own divine soul was taking shape. The Earth Soul Orb had also fused with his soul. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before Earth Elite Zombie could completely replace the Primordius Dragon and become another god of Earth. Akeley displayed obvious hostility towards Earth Elite Zombie. The 5 elite zombies, who only obeyed Han Shua's orders, had very sensitive senses. They immediately turned hostile towards Akeley and transmitted to Han Shua, "Father, he wants to kill me. Should we attack?" "Don't worry, there won't be any problems soon," replied Han Shua after comforting Earth Elite Zombie. Soon after, he put on a solemn face and said to Akeley, "You and I will stay here peacefully. I will take care of everything. After you see the Divine Essence mine, we will decide how to split the profits. I dare to let my friend out in front of you because I am not afraid that you will do something foolish. Don't worry, I will make you understand that my decision is correct. He's just a god cultivating in the elemental energy of Earth. Do you really think that he can take care of everything by himself? You must understand that everyone in the mountain range serves the 3 overgods of calamity. Once those alien races discover that an outsider has infiltrated the mountain range and that he doesn't cultivate in the energy of death, destruction, or darkness, they will immediately kill him without mercy. Do you think that he can evade the detection of those alien races?" Akeley looked at Han Shua as though he was looking at an idiot and angrily said, "I used to think that you were very shrewd. Why have you suddenly become so foolish at this time? I know what you are worried about. But don't worry, if I wasn't completely confident, I wouldn't do it. You, on the other hand, don't need to do anything. All you need to do is to wait here like me and wait for the Divine Essence mine that belongs to us to arrive." Han Shua did not argue with Akeley. After finishing those words, he smilingly instructed Earth Elite Zombie, "Go. You, how dare you speak ill of my father? If not for my father's order, I will kill you." Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Earth Elite Zombie, who had always communicated with Han Shua through his consciousness, glared at Akeley ferociously and threatened him. Han Shua was stunned when he heard Earth Elite Zombie's words. He had never imagined that there would be a day when Earth Elite Zombie could actually speak, much less in such a threatening tone. Akeley was also dumbfounded. He looked at Earth Elite Zombie dumbfoundedly and his face was filled with astonishment. After a long while, he sized up Han Shua in an extremely strange manner and probed, He's your son?" "That's right, this is my son." Han Shua replied apathetically. He stopped communicating with Akeley through the soul and instructed Earth Elite Zombie, "Don't say such angry words. Go." "Understood, father." Under Han Shua's attentive gaze, Earth Elite Zombie put on a simple and honest smile and shot a glare at Akeley. His body sank deep into the ground and reunited with Metal Elite Zombie. Together, they made their way towards the demon mountain. He can actually speak. He can speak through his mouth and not communicate through the soul. This is too. Han Shuo was at a loss. He was constantly mumbling to himself in his mind. He was stunned by Earth Elite Zombies' words. The few of them are a new kind of life form. Although they are different from humans, it is undeniable that they possess advanced intelligence. If they continue to grow at this rate, their future will be immeasurable. Cauldron Spirit transmitted through Han Shuo's consciousness. Yes, they have indeed become a new kind of life form. I can feel it. As Han Shuo communicated with Cauldron Spirit, he increasingly felt that his decision to refine the 5 elite zombies back then was the right one. With Little Skull and the 5 elite zombies, although Han Shuo had to travel to Elysium alone, he wouldn't feel lonely. You are truly a strange person. Akeley looked at Han Shuo and was greatly puzzled. You cultivate in the elemental energy of death. Why did you let your son cultivate in the elemental energy of earth? Don't you understand that in the future, you and your son may become enemies? Akeley couldn't understand why Han Shuo would do that. My son will never betray me. I have complete confidence in this. The 5 elite zombies and Han Shuo weren't real father and son. However, their relationship was even closer than that of a real father and son. Han Shuo's confidence wasn't groundless. Akeley shook his head in disagreement. Forget it. I don't think I can understand your way of doing things. But since he is your son, I believe that there is still room for discussion. At the very least, he shouldn't have any ill intentions, Akeley thought for a moment and sighed. By this point, Han Shuo no longer cared about what Akeley had to say. With the help of a mystical demon following Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo was able to observe their situation. With Earth Elite Zombie leading the way, the two traveled to the Demon Mountain from deep underground. Under Han Shuo's instructions, the two carefully concealed their auras. In addition to the extreme distance from the surface, Han Shuo believed that the alien races living in the mountain range wouldn't be able to detect their presence at this time. Earth Elite Zombie could bring Metal Elite Zombie to the Demon Mountain. As long as they reached the bottom of the Demon Mountain, Metal Elite Zombie would be able to deal with the hard rocks. No matter what kind of rare ore it was, the Metal Elite Zombie possessed extraordinary senses. Once they entered the Demon Mountain, Han Shuo believed that no matter how well hidden the location of the Divine Essence Mine was, the Metal Elite Zombie would be able to sense it with his innate ability. Han Shuo believed that there wouldn't be any boundaries or seals around the Divine Essence Mine. The Divine Essences within the Divine Essence Mine naturally had the advantage of concealing their presence. This was also why even the mightiest god would not be able to discover the location of the Divine Essence Mine using their senses. As long as the person who discovered the Divine Essence Mine wasn't retarded, he would absolutely not use boundaries or seals around the mine to conceal his presence. That was because the more powerful a god was, the more sensitive they would be to elemental energies. Seals and boundaries would always contain energies of all kinds. There was simply no way to conceal the existence of boundaries and seals within a mountain. Without the existence of boundaries and seals, what could possibly stop the Metal Elite Zombie, who possessed innate divine abilities, within the mountain peak? Father, we have arrived. Should we go up now? Earth Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted. He appeared to be in high spirits. Don't act rashly. Wait a moment, Han Shuo immediately transmitted. Then, he communicated with Cauldron Spirit using his consciousness. It's your turn. Not a problem, Master, Cauldron Spirit replied. Cauldron Spirit replied. Through the underground tunnel dug by Earth Elite Zombie, all the demon generals in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon poured out of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and rapidly flew towards Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie. They turned into black lines that wrapped around Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon was a powerful demonic weapon once owned by Gu Tianxia, the Exalted Demon Lord. It could deploy ancient demonic formations using demon generals. Those black lines on Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie were demonic formations formed using the energy of demon generals to conceal their presence. Cauldron Spirit very confidently told Han Shua that with the demonic formations deployed on Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie, no one in this mountain range would be able to detect their presence. Han Shua trusted Cauldron Spirit. Therefore, he allowed Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie to act alone. With the duo's innate divine abilities and the mighty demonic weapon, Cauldron Spirit, Han Shua didn't feel the slightest bit of difficulty when excavating the Divine Essence mine. It's done. Let's go up the Demon Mountain. Han Shua immediately transmitted to Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie after receiving Cauldron Spirit's confirmation. Chapter 680. The exterior of the Demon Mountain depicted a malevolent demon towering into the clouds. According to the description on Akeley's scroll, it was the exact location of the Divine Essence mine. As long as the Divine Essence mine was in the Demon Mountain, Han Shua believed that Metal Elite Zombie would be able to locate it and extract it. After obtaining Han Shua's permission, Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie started moving again. This time, with Metal Elite Zombie leading the way, the hard rocks above their heads suddenly became as soft as sand. It didn't pose any obstruction to the two of them at all, allowing them to gradually ascend into the Demon Mountain. As soon as Metal Elite Zombie's body entered the Demon Mountain, his body immediately overflowed with dazzling golden light. The golden light was like fine threads that could penetrate through anything. It was hidden in the hard rocks of the Demon Mountain and started to extend in all directions. With the help of the mystical demons, Han Shua discovered that Metal Elite Zombie suddenly stopped after the fine golden threads flew out from his body. It was as though he was using the golden threads in his body to sense everything around him, just like how Han Shua used his consciousness to sense the presence of living beings around him. Very soon, Metal Elite Zombie transmitted, "Father, there are many different kinds of ores in this mountain. Which one are you looking for?" After praising Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shua immediately started describing to Metal Elite Zombie, "Those ores contain energy similar to that of little water and little fire. Try to sense it and see if you can find it." Divine Essence Mine was a very special kind of ore. It contained all kinds of divine energy. However, this kind of ore could sever the probing of the soul. Even mighty gods would not be able to sense anything from the Divine Essence Mine. But for Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shua believed that it shouldn't be a problem. As long as it was an ore, he could sense the energy contained within it, any ore. "Father, I don't sense any ores with energy similar to that of little water and little fire. There isn't a single piece of that kind of ore in this mountain." Metal Elite Zombie pondered for a moment, seemingly trying to ascertain the situation within the Demon Mountain. "None." Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. He wondered if he was looking for the wrong place, or if it had already been mined by someone else. "There really isn't any," the Metal Elite Zombie replied. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth again. "However, there are some ores that have the same kind of energy as Little 2 and some that have the same kind of energy as you, Father. As for the others, I don't know what they are." Han Shua was stunned, and then he came to a sudden understanding. His expression shook as he said hurriedly, "It's the same. Gather all those ores and bring them to me." Although there were no water or fire element Divine Essence mines, it didn't mean that there were no Divine Essence mines of other energies. After hearing Metal Elite Zombie's words, Han Shua immediately realized that he had failed to fully comprehend Metal Elite Zombie's meaning. It seemed that Akeley's judgment was correct. There was indeed a Divine Essence mine in the Demon Mountain that no one could detect. "Yes, Father," Metal Elite Zombie replied cheerfully. With the help of the mystical demons, Han Shua discovered that Metal Elite Zombie was like a pangolin that possessed an even more powerful divine ability. He ran unhindered through the Demon Mountain, unhindered by the hard rocks. In his hand was a large sack that Han Shua had prepared for him. He was constantly stuffing ores of various colors into it. Earth Elite Zombie stayed in the cave that Metal Elite Zombie had dug for him and waited patiently for Metal Elite Zombie to finish his work. "Akeley, it won't be long before we get what we want." Han Shua was in a great mood. He smilingly said to Akeley, who had been sizing him up strangely, "Brian, Do you really think a god who cultivates in the element of earth can take care of everything for us in Demon Mountain? Are you kidding me? Akeley put on a bitter smile. He obviously did not believe Han Shua's words. If a god cultivating in the energy of earth could use their energy to locate divine essence mines, there would no longer be any divine essence mines on Elysium. Although it was also Akeley's first time coming to Elysium, he knew the mysteries of divine essence mines. It was absolutely not something that a god cultivating in the energy of earth could find. Therefore, he was very skeptical of Han Shua's words. In a while, you will know if this son of mine will achieve our objective. Of course, it was impossible for Earth Elite Zombie to accomplish this task by himself. But with Metal Elite Zombie's help, it would be a different story. Akeley, of course, was unaware of this fact. Then I shall wait and see. Akeley shook his head. He felt that it was absurd. Master, something's not right. Cauldron's spirit suddenly transmitted to Han Shua. It seemed rather astonished. What's going on? Han Shua, who was conversing with Akeley, noticed that Metal Elite Zombie seemed to have settled everything and wasn't too concerned about the situation in the Demon Mountain. Han Shua hastily shifted his attention back to the Demon Mountain and used his mystical demons to observe every movement on the Demon Mountain. There are some pitch-black holes in the mountain. When Little Gold was traversing through the mountain, he inevitably passed through some of them. Did you notice that there are some scattered spider webs in those holes? There are some small spiders on the webs. Although they are very small, they have human faces and seem to possess intelligence. They seem to be observing Little Gold's movements. After hearing Cauldron Spirit's explanation, Han Shua ordered Metal Elite Zombie to suddenly stop in one of the holes. Using the mystical demons on Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shua discovered that there was indeed a broken spider web inside the hole. On the soft spider silk, there were a dozen or so thumb-sized spiders. After careful observation, Han Shua discovered that those thumb-sized spiders indeed had miniature human faces. Only their eyeballs, which were as small as dots, were moving around and observing Metal Elite Zombie vigilantly. Ha! Han Shua was somewhat astonished. The situation was exactly as Cauldron Spirit described. Those little spiders were indeed observing Metal Elite Zombie. Continue to collect the ores inside. Once you have collected all of them, immediately return. Do not linger. Han Shua gave another order to Metal Elite Zombie. Meanwhile, his mind was pondering over the oddities. Understood, Father, Metal Elite Zombie replied. He continued traversing through the Demon Mountain, searching for divine essences from every corner. Those divine essences were scattered all over the Demon Mountain. Sometimes, there would be a long distance between two divine essences. Metal Elite Zombie had only collected about 100 divine essences after such a long time of searching. That was already 90% of the divine essences in the Demon Mountain. Han Shua was rather puzzled. He couldn't understand why there would be so many little spiders in the Demon Mountain. Those little spiders looked very strange and gave Han Shua a strange sense of familiarity. This made him even more puzzled. Something's not right. Call Little Gold back. Cauldron Spirit suddenly shouted in Han Shua's consciousness, a powerful life form is awakening in the Demon Mountain. He was in a special state of hibernation just a moment ago. Even I did not sense it. He is extremely dangerous. We need to evacuate at once. Han Shua turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to give the order to Metal Elite Zombie, through the mystical demons on Metal Elite Zombie's body, he knew why Cauldron Spirit was so nervous. In the middle of the Demon Peak, there was a very spacious cave that took up a quarter of the mountain. A huge spider web was in the cave, and on top of it was a huge spider that was 30 meters long. Each of its sharp spider claws was 10 meters long. The spider had the face of a beautiful female human. Her long eyelashes were gently fluttering, as if she was waking up from a beautiful dream. Beneath her was a relatively large black divine essence mine. She seemed to have been absorbing the divine energy of darkness from the mine all this time. That was why there was no sign of life. As her eyelashes fluttered, an extremely terrifying energy of darkness gradually spread out from her body. Even though he was so far away from the mountain range, Han Shuo could still feel the terrifying pressure. At this moment, Metal Elite Zombie's eyes were fixed on the divine essence mine that contained the divine energy of darkness. He was preparing to collect it for Han Shuo and seemed to be unaware that he was facing a terrifying creature that was awakening. Come back! Come back right now! Han Shuo commanded Metal Elite Zombie as though he had lost his mind. Perhaps because he was too astonished, he couldn't help but open his mouth and shout while communicating with his consciousness. Brian, what's wrong? Akeley cried out in alarm after being startled by Han Shuo. Father, there's still one last piece. I'll leave after I take it. Metal Elite Zombie was very conscientious and wanted to do everything for Han Shuo. Forget about that goddamn divine essence mine. Come back right now. Come back right now. Han Shuo bellowed. Akeley was so frightened that he took another step back. Brian, have you gone mad? Have you forgotten our purpose? Akeley immediately took a step forward after recovering from his shock. He seemed to feel that there was something wrong with Han Shuo's state and wanted to help him recover. Get lost! Before Akeley could get close, Han Shuo kicked out and sent Akeley flying. He crashed into the wall behind him. What are you doing? Akeley was enraged. He stood up while enduring the excruciating pain and loudly berated Han Shuo, "Are you trying to hog it all for yourself?" Han Shuo couldn't be bothered with Akeley and placed all his attention on Metal Elite Zombie. After hearing Han Shuo's command, Metal Elite Zombie realized that Han Shuo was in a hurry. He took one last glance at the black divine essence mine beneath the enormous human-faced spider and immediately retreated back the way he came. Just as Metal Elite Zombie retreated, that enormous human-faced spider finally awakened from her deep slumber. The terrifying energy of darkness emanated from her body and penetrated into the demon mountain through the spider's silk beneath her, spreading out in all directions. Audacious to the extreme. How dare you steal from me, Rose? The human-faced spider's shrill voice spread far and wide and reverberated across half of the mountain range. Ah, Metal Elite Zombie, who had yet to walk out of the demon mountain, suddenly shrieked when the darkness divine energy penetrated into the mountain range. Tell him to come back at all costs. I will sacrifice a few demon generals to protect him. Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted. Rose, Spider Goddess Rose. It's actually her. Why am I so unlucky? It was at this moment that Han Shuo heard the human-faced spider's furious shriek. Chapter 681. Spider Goddess Rose was the object of worship for the Dark Elves of the underground world on Profound Continent. She was also the master of Adele who died in Han Shuo's hands. Back on Profound Continent, Han Shuo had communicated with Rose through an altar using Adele as a medium. At that time, as they were separated by an unknown number of material planes, Han Shuo had no idea how powerful Rose was. It was only now that he truly felt Rose's wrath that Han Shuo realized that Spider Goddess Rose possessed high god strength. Han Shuo's consciousness might be able to see through a mid-god, but he was powerless against a high god like Rose. One thing for sure was that a high god wasn't someone that Han Shuo could handle at present. He had to leave this area at once, lest the Spider Goddess sensed his presence. Master, tell Little Metal and Little Earth to run as deep as they can into the ground. Cauldron Spirit reminded in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo was unusually concerned about the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull. Perhaps it was because they were all new lifeforms. Han Shuo had an instinctive affinity and fondness for the 5 elite zombies. Han Shuo suddenly came to his senses and hastily transmitted his thoughts to Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie. Metal Elite Zombie was blasted by the darkness divine energy and fell towards the bottom of the demon mountain. 2 plumes of black smoke rose from his body. As the master of Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo immediately knew that the 2 demon generals that occupied Metal Elite Zombie's body had been annihilated by the 2 plumes of black smoke. Metal Elite Zombie, who was dizzy and disoriented, subconsciously flew towards the ground according to Han Shuo's instructions. It was as though those solid rocks had turned into invisible air and posed no obstruction to him. "Damned lowly creature, you can't escape," Spider Goddess Rose was still shrieking. Her voice was extremely ear-piercing. What happened?" After being kicked away by Han Shuo, Akeley had just reprimanded Han Shuo a little when he heard the terrifying howl coming from the direction of the mountain range's Demon Peak. He immediately understood that the situation might be different from what he had imagined and hastily asked. "We have provoked a high god. We have to leave immediately. Otherwise, once she discovers our existence, we won't be able to escape." Han Shuo furrowed his brows and suddenly landed beside Akeley. He grabbed the back of Akeley's neck and flew outside without a care for anything else. At this moment, Akeley had forgotten all his previous complaints about Han Shuo. He couldn't care less about how Han Shuo grabbed him. He asked in panic, "What's going on? Why is there a high god inside?" "Then it's your turn." Han Shuo roared furiously at Akeley, "If anything happens to my son, don't even think about getting those divine essences, you will be buried with him." Akeley remained silent after hearing Han Shuo's roar. It was only at this moment that he realized why Han Shuo suddenly flew into a rage. Before coming over, Akeley had solemnly vowed that those divine essences were ownerless. It was for this reason that Han Shuo was so at ease when he sent Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie to collect the divine essences. Now that a high god had suddenly appeared, Akeley had to bear a lot of responsibility. Therefore, Akeley had no choice but to endure Han Shuo's roar. "Master, you must leave this place as soon as possible. Little Gold and Little Earth are protected by the demonic formations formed by my demon generals. Once they go underground, that spider goddess won't be able to sense their location. But you, without the protection of any demonic formations, will be in trouble if she discovers you." "I understand." Han Shuo did not waste any more words with Akeley, nor did he continue to hide anything. He circulated the demonic yuan in his body, and with that, his speed suddenly increased fivefold. Carrying Akeley, Han Shuo turned into a streak of faint light and shadow as he rapidly flew towards the City of Shadows. Akeley, who was being carried by Han Shuo, could distinctly sense the sudden increase in Han Shuo's speed. He was overwhelmed with shock and hastily raised his head to look at Han Shuo. He discovered that Han Shuo had an irritated face and did not seem to be in any particular condition. He also couldn't figure out why Han Shuo's speed would suddenly increase by several times. As long as the mystical demons were not completely vaporized, Han Shuo would be able to know the situation of Metal and Earth Elite Zombie. As Spider Goddess Rose's darkness divine energy penetrated into the depths of the Demon Mountain, all the little spiders in the Demon Mountain suddenly went berserk. The Demon Mountain also split open. Those little spiders seemed to know the location of Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie. They swarmed towards Metal Elite Zombie. Another two demon generals were vaporized. Metal Elite Zombie's body kept producing clanking noises. His body was becoming more and more unstable. However, the trajectory of his descent towards Earth Elite Zombie did not change. Although Metal Elite Zombie's body, which was formed from absorbing the yuan energy of metal in the place of extreme metal, was not as flexible and tough as Han Shuo's demonic body, it was in no way inferior. Among the 5 elite zombies, Metal Elite Zombie had the strongest defensive ability. He had a body that was impervious to both fire and water. When Spider Goddess attacks landed on every corner of the Demon Mountain, the terrifying energies were weakened by 100-fold. When they landed on Metal Elite Zombie's body, they were absorbed and digested by the demon generals. When the attacks finally landed on Metal Elite Zombie's body, they merely produced clanking noises but failed to shatter Metal Elite Zombie's body. After the 4 demon generals were annihilated, Metal Elite Zombie staggered back to the bottom of the Demon Mountain where Earth Elite Zombie was. Earth Elite Zombie had been waiting for a long time under Han Shuo's command. The moment Metal Elite Zombie appeared, he immediately grabbed hold of Metal Elite Zombie and dragged him deeper into the ground without a care for anything else. Hundreds and thousands of little spiders swarmed over like a swarm of locusts. They swarmed towards Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie from the crevices in the rocks. These human-faced little spiders, having received orders from the spider goddess, suddenly turned violent. The energies in their bodies seemed to have been stimulated all of a sudden. It was very troublesome. They spat out dark threads that were sticky and slimy, entangling the descending Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie. The dark threads were enhanced by the energy of darkness that was omnipresent in the Demon Mountain. They were fast and ruthless, causing Earth Elite Zombie to be somewhat flustered. Earth Elite Zombie, with Metal Elite Zombie in hand, rapidly plunged into the ground from the bottom of the Demon Mountain. He turned his back to the countless little spiders, blocking a wave of the sticky threads they spat out. When those sticky threads hit Earth Elite Zombie's body, the speed at which he was descending was suddenly hindered. With several hundred little spiders pulling at him, Earth Elite Zombie was unable to move a single step. "I'm going to eat you all bit by bit, you damned lowly life forms." Spider Goddess Rose was still at the center of the Demon Mountain. When those little spider threads stuck to Earth Elite Zombie's back, she shrieked and moved her body towards Earth Elite Zombie. "What should I do?" Han Shua's rapidly dashing body suddenly came to a halt in midair. His face was filled with irritation, as though he would go crazy at any moment. "Keep running. I will make sure nothing happens to him," Cauldron Spirit replied. In the next moment, Han Shua discovered that black smoke was also rising from Earth Elite Zombie's back. A demon general was ignited. The threads spat out by those little spiders were suddenly snapped. The immobilized Earth Elite Zombie twisted his body and abruptly plunged deep into the ground. The hole behind him rapidly closed up, blocking the second wave of the little spiders. Earth Elite Zombie was no longer obstructed after diving deep into the ground. Following Han Shua's instructions, he and Metal Elite Zombie drilled deep into the ground. Very soon, they were 1,000 meters underground. Damn it! They actually escaped. They actually escaped. Spider Goddess Rose flew into a rage. The entire Demon Mountain started shaking. "I have just discovered a divine essence mine not too long ago, and yet those lowly life forms have taken advantage of it. This is unforgivable. All of them deserve to die." The demon peak shook violently amidst the rumbling sounds, and a huge cave suddenly appeared in the center of the peak. A few sharp spider claws that looked like long and narrow blades tore open the cave, and the huge body of Spider Goddess Lolth walked out of the demon peak. As soon as she walked out of the Demon Mountain, Spider Goddess Rose immediately leaped and chased after Han Shua. Her speed was so fast that Han Shua was greatly astonished. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Han Shua's mind was thrown into disarray. He started wondering if he should abandon Akeley and use the demonic blood disassembly again to avoid this calamity. "Don't move, Master. Calm your mind. Use the mystical demons to observe the situation on the Demon Mountain again." Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted and stopped Han Shua from acting strangely. After listening to Cauldron Spirit's warning, Han Shua took a few deep breaths and rapidly adjusted his mind, allowing his mind to be as tranquil as an ancient well. After calming down, Han Shua used the mystical demon's Cauldron Spirit placed on another towering mountain peak to discover that Spider Goddess Lolth had not moved from the opening on the Demon Mountain. Instead, dark phantoms were flying out from her body and spreading in all directions. "She hasn't moved at all, nor is she chasing after us. She is merely using the phantom to search for a target. We don't need to worry about her. Just run. Those phantoms won't be able to catch up to you. Only if the phantoms discover us and move for real will she be able to catch up to us," Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shua. With Cauldron Spirit's reminder, Han Shua, whose mind was as tranquil as still water, adjusted himself to his peak state. He no longer paid any attention to the few dark phantoms flying behind him and rushed towards the City of Shadows at full speed. After flying for half a day, Han Shua and Akeley stopped near a mountain village. Based on Akeley's understanding of Elysium, those alien races were bound by the three calamities and would absolutely not dare to attack human villages. At this moment, Han Shua was certain that he had escaped from the Spider Goddess. Han Shua did not enter the mountain village but stopped below a nearby river. Disregarding Akeley's puzzlement, Han Shua focused on recovering his strength. When it was late at night, Han Shua suddenly opened his eyes. Wearing a gloomy face, he said to Akeley, who was still restless, "Let's divide the loot. The previous agreement is cancelled. I will redistribute the loot." As soon as Han Shua finished those words, Earth Elite Zombie drilled out from under his feet. Thud! Earth Elite Zombie threw a sack of Divine Essence ores on the ground and said to Han Shua, "Father, don't worry. Little gold is fine." Han Shua's face became a little better after hearing those words. Chapter 682. Akeley was dumbstruck and speechless for a long time as he stared at the divine essences scattered all over the ground. Earth Elite Zombie poured a sack of divine essences on the ground and stood beside Han Shua, glaring at Akeley with hostility. It was as though he would rush out and tear Akeley to shreds at a single command from Han Shua. After learning from Earth Elite Zombie that Metal Elite Zombie was fine, Han Shua heaved a sigh of relief. He squatted down and sorted the divine essences, saying, 9 divine essences of earth, 32 divine essences of wind, 12 divine essences of death, 28 divine essences of lightning, 16 divine essences of destruction, 5 divine essences of light, and 4 divine essences of life. A total of 106 divine essences. It's really divine essences. You actually did it. Akeley cried out in surprise after a long while. His face was wild with joy. A total of 106 divine essences. My son and I will take 70% and you will take 30. You can only take 30 pieces. You can take 10 pieces of destruction divine essences and I will give you 10 pieces of wind and lightning divine essences, making a total of 30 pieces. That's it. Han Shua raised his head and asked Akeley, "Do you have any objections?" Akeley understood that Han Shua and his son had contributed the most in obtaining the divine essences. Other than pointing out an address, he had done almost nothing else and had to trouble Han Shua to save him. He was already very lucky to be able to take 30% of the divine essences. Under the current circumstances, even if Han Shua were to take all the divine essences for himself, Akeley wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I have no objections to this method of distribution. But since you don't cultivate in the energy of destruction, why don't you give me all 16 of the divine essences of destruction and I won't take any of the remaining wind and lightning divine essences? Akeley hesitated for a moment and proposed a new distribution method to Han Shua. No, I also need a few pieces of destruction divine essences. I have a use for them. Han Shua firmly refused. He said to Akeley, "Take 10 divine essences of wind and 10 divine essences of lightning. You can exchange them for enough crystal coins to establish a foothold on Elysium. You can also use these 2 divine essences to exchange for divine essences of destruction. In short, you can't take all of them. What do you want the destruction divine gems for?" Akeley forced a smile. He did not understand why Han Shua was so insistent on hogging a portion of the destruction divine gems. Apart from cultivating the elemental energy of death, I also cultivate the laws of destruction. So, I also need a destruction divine crystal. Han Shua calmly used the power of his avatar of destruction, using his main body as a medium to release a destruction domain of divinity. Once the domain of divinity of destruction appeared, Akeley was immediately startled. He cried out in alarm again, "You are actually cultivating in 2 elements at the same time? If that's the case, you won't be able to reach the pinnacle of either element. You are too foolish." Han Shua's 3 souls coexisted but were independent. Therefore, he did not have to worry about Akeley at all. Han Shua merely smiled and shook his head, saying, "You don't have to worry about that. I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, Han Shua took the initiative to divide out the divine essences that Akeley deserved from the pile. Han Shua was rather generous as he did not pick out small pieces of divine essences for Akeley. 10 pieces of destruction divine essences, 10 pieces of wind divine essences, and 10 pieces of lightning divine essences were categorized by Han Shua into a single category and placed in front of Akeley. This is what you deserve. With these 10 pieces of destruction divine essences, I believe that you will at least be able to reach late-stage low god of destruction. I hope that one day, you will be able to avenge your master. Han Shuo said in a deep voice as he looked at Akeley. Akeley put on a bitter smile and put away the 30 pieces of divine essences. He sighed and said, what a pity that there aren't 106 pieces of destruction divine essences. There are only 10 pieces of destruction divine essences. It's not enough for me to make a significant breakthrough. Be content. Divine essences are the safest way to increase your divine energy. 10 pieces of destruction divine essences are very precious treasures even on Elysium. Take good care of them and find a safe place to absorb the energy inside, Han Shuo reminded. Where are you going? Akeley knew that the two were about to part ways after hearing those words from Han Shuo. He had spent some time with Han Shuo and felt that Han Shuo wasn't a bad person. Therefore, he asked Han Shuo this question. If it were anyone else, they would have killed him right away and kept all the divine essences for themselves. Although Han Shuo was a little overbearing, Akeley felt that Han Shuo was at least not a hypocrite. He was a trustworthy friend. I will go to the City of Shadows. But it's hard to say if I will stay there in the future. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Han Shuo had some appreciation for Akeley. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid 50 blue crystal coins for Han Shuo's divine tablet. Take care. I will find a place in a nearby village to recuperate. After I have recovered my strength and absorbed the divine energy in the destruction divine essences, I might come to the City of Shadows to look for you. Akeley said smilingly. No problem. Here are 5 purple crystal coins, you can keep them. Don't recklessly sell divine essences when you aren't confident. It's too dangerous. Han Shuo was worried that Akeley might not have enough crystal coins to sell the divine essences of wind and lightning, which might attract the attention of greedy people and lead to his death. Many thanks. I know what I'm doing and I won't cause any trouble. Even if I want to sell divine essences, I will go to the dominions of space and destiny. I won't run the risk of being killed, Akeley assured Han Shuo smilingly. He knew what Han Shuo was worried about. I'm relieved to hear that. Goodbye. Han Shuo comforted Akeley and pointed him to a secluded area before waving goodbye to Akeley. After traveling a few miles away from Akeley, Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie stopped in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo communicated with Metal Elite Zombie for a while. After confirming that Metal Elite Zombie was safe and sound, Han Shuo prepared to send the two back to the Netherworld. Father, this world is more suitable for us to cultivate, Earth Elite Zombie suddenly said. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and asked, what do you mean? The elements in this world are denser than anywhere else. It is suitable for any advanced life form to live in. But in the Netherworld, only the element of death is the densest. The other elemental energies are inferior to Father's original world. The 5 of us will not be able to make the fastest progress in the Netherworld, Earth Elite Zombie explained to Han Shuo. After listening to his explanation, Han Shuo pondered in silence. After a while, he said, apart from Little Gold, the 4 of you are on the verge of becoming gods. Before you truly become gods, stay in the Netherworld. After you have formed your divine soul, we will discuss this matter in detail. Understood. Earth Elite Zombie nodded obediently. Then, he looked at Han Shuo pleadingly and said, Father, you must keep those Earth Element divine essences for me. When I have formed my divine soul and body, I will be able to absorb them. Don't worry, I will keep them for you. Han Shuo laughed involuntarily. He thought to himself, these little fellas are getting greedier and greedier. However, Han Shuo came here to keep the Earth Element divine essences for Earth Elite Zombie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only given Akeley the wind and lightning element divine essences. You must keep them for me. I will soon be able to completely comprehend that old dragon's divine soul. Earth Elite Zombie reminded Han Shuo again, as though he was afraid that Han Shuo would lose the Earth Element divine essences. I know. I will definitely keep them for you. Han Shuo smilingly promised before sending Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie back to the Netherworld. After Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie left, Han Shua flew towards the City of Shadows according to the directions given by the villagers. On the way, Han Shua was rather worried. According to Earth Elite Zombie, the 5 elite zombies were more suited to grow on Elysium. However, 4 of the 5 elite zombies cultivated in the elemental energy of earth, life, fire, and water. These elemental energies were in conflict with the Calamity Dominions that Han Shua belonged to. If they were to stay with Han Shua, it would only be a matter of time before they attracted trouble. However, Han Shua didn't feel at ease letting them cultivate in the dominions of the 4 overgods. After all, this was Elysium. There were all kinds of powerful gods. Han Shua was worried about their safety. With that in mind, Han Shua really didn't know what to do. After all, he had chosen to side with the 3 overgods of calamity. If people were to discover that he was too close to Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie who cultivated in the energy of life and earth, it would put him in grave danger. He might even be treated as a traitor by the Calamity Church. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it. I'll figure it out when the time comes. Han Shua didn't want to think too much about it. After all, he had chosen to side with the 3 overgods of calamity. The Darkness Dominion was many times larger than Profound Continent. As one of the 5 major cities of the Darkness Dominion, the City of Shadows was famous throughout the Darkness Dominion. Although it was called the City of Shadows, it actually included dozens of smaller cities and fortresses. Perhaps any one of those fortresses was even larger than the Lancelot Empire. When Han Shua finally arrived at the domain of the City of Shadows, he discovered that there was still a long way to go before he could actually enter the city. There were many small villages on the outskirts of the city. Silhouettes of people could be seen in those villages. Han Shua could sense a multitude of life auras. After passing through 13 small villages, Han Shua finally arrived at a fortress on the outskirts of the City of Shadows. Before he arrived at the fortress, Han Shua saw 6 boundary towers that towered into the clouds. The tops of those boundary towers were flickering with dark radiance. They released waves of powerful boundaries in the shape of hexagrams that constantly spread from the fortress to the surroundings. Without a divine tablet or crystal coins, it was impossible to enter such a fortress. At the center of the boundary towers of the fortress, there were some divine guards whose faces Han Shua couldn't see through the darkness. They were coldly observing every passerby walking towards the fortress. Han Shua mingled with other gods cultivating in the energy of darkness, death, and destruction as he made his way to the fortress. After observing for a moment, Han Shua discovered that there were other gods cultivating in other energies such as space, earth, and fire. It appeared that the dominion of darkness didn't forbid the entry of gods of other energies, just like what the outside world had said. After carefully observing and listening, Han Shua learned that other than gods cultivating in the energy of light and life, gods of other elemental energies could enter the dominion. That was because the 3 overgods of calamity were the absolute opposites of the overgods of light and life. Chapter 683. At the entrance of the fort, Han Shua handed over his divine tablet and 50 blue crystal coins. That person took Han Shua's divine tablet and placed it inside a pentagram divine weapon. He nodded and returned the divine tablet to Han Shua, indicating that he could enter the fort. The divine tablet was the pass to travel on Elysium. Without the divine tablet, one would not be able to enter the fort. Other than the divine tablet, one would also need 50 blue crystal coins. Otherwise, one would not be able to enter the fort. Han Shua observed for a moment and discovered that there was an endless stream of people entering the fort. The weakest among them were demigods. The majority of them were base gods and low gods. Mid-gods were a rare sight, and high gods of higher levels were nowhere to be seen. Han Shua followed those people into the fort. When he arrived at the entrance, he took a closer look and realized that he was in Fort Verka. The first thing Han Shua saw after entering Fort Verka was a row of divine guards wearing dark armor. Each and every one of them was vigilantly sizing up the newcomers. They were maintaining order in Fort Verka so as to prevent any conflict from happening at the entrance which would affect the smooth flow of the fort. After listening attentively for a while, Han Shua gradually understood that Fort Verka was managed by the House of Croton. The House of Croton was in charge of the fort's security and tax collection, as well as maintaining order in the fort. Donna had once told Han Shua that there were many family clans on Elysium. All kinds of forces could be found in every corner of the continent. Those family clans, big and small, controlled a lot of territory on Elysium for the 12 overgods. They swore loyalty and devotion to their overgods. Some ancient family clans possessed enormous strength and might even control one or several cities. There were also some family clans that were relatively weak and could only control a few forts or towns. For example, the House of Croton that controlled Fort Verka could only be considered as a third-rate family clan. But when Han Shua entered Fort Verka, he discovered that the fort was at least 5 times larger than Bretel City. However, it only had a population of a little over 1,000 people. Demigods and base gods made up the majority of the population. There were less than 300 true gods and only a dozen or so mid-gods. Han Shua was in no hurry to leave Fort Verka. He strolled along the streets and alleys of the fort to experience the true difference between Elysium and Profound Continent. Perhaps because there were no experts in Fort Verka that could pose a threat to him, Han Shua boldly ordered Cauldron Spirit to release a few demon generals to fly around Fort Verka. Soon, he learned the situation in Fort Verka. The situation in Fort Verka wasn't too different from some cities on Profound Continent. The fort was managed by the House of Croton. All residents were bound by the house and had to pay taxes every year. Correspondingly, the Croton clan would ensure their safety and allow them to cultivate in peace. After roaming around the fort with his mystical demons, Han Shua discovered that the only difference was that everyone's main goal was to improve themselves through cultivation. Surveying every corner of Fort Verka, Han Shua discovered that there were many shops of various sizes selling all kinds of low-grade divine weapons, as well as some rare materials used to refine divine weapons. There were also some divine scrolls that recorded some basic knowledge about the energy of various energies. There were also many divine tempering fields where gods could exchange cultivation insights and spar under the protection of the large-scale defensive boundaries in the divine tempering fields in hopes of making breakthroughs. When Han Shua discovered that divine scrolls of various energies were being sold, he was immediately tempted. He immediately headed for the largest divine scroll shop. Ever since he parted ways with Akeley, Han Shua's 2 avatars had been absorbing divine essences of death and destruction inside the cauldron of myriad demon. The divine essence of death had devoured a portion of that god hunter's divine energy. After absorbing 2 more pieces of divine essence of death, Han Shua had advanced to late-stage low-god realm in one fell swoop. This avatar of Han Shua's had previously fused with the divine soul of a mid-god and obtained all of that mid-god's cultivation insights. With this advantage, when the divine energy in Han Shua's body accumulated to a certain level, he could easily advance to late-stage low-god realm. Recently, that avatar of Han Shua's had temporarily stopped absorbing divine essences. Instead, he continued to comprehend the essence of the energy of death and took the opportunity to try out some new offensive techniques that he had mastered. As for his avatar of destruction, it was rather troublesome for Han Shua. After absorbing the energy of the 2 pieces of divine essence of destruction, Han Shua felt that the divine energy in his body had reached a critical point. Under such circumstances, Han Shua had to gain a deeper understanding of the energy of destruction. Otherwise, no matter how many divine essences he absorbed, he wouldn't be able to advance to late stage. Unlike the one that cultivated in the energy of death, this avatar of Han Shua's had no divine soul to comprehend. After becoming a god, every breakthrough to the next realm was a long and arduous process. It seemed that Han Shua wouldn't be able to advance any further from his current realm just by relying on the 9th realm Mysticaline Harvester and the Edict of Destruction that he learned from peeping. During this period of time, Han Shua had been worrying about this matter. When he arrived at Fort Verka and learned that divine scrolls were on sale, he was immediately tempted. He wanted to see if he could comprehend anything from those divine scrolls. After walking into the divine scroll store, Han Shua looked around and discovered that there were many scrolls on display. Most of them were suitable for demigods and base gods. There were dozens of scrolls describing the process of advancing from base god to low god. If any of the divine scrolls here were to end up on Profound Continent, Han Shuo believed that they would become the target of every magus and swordsman on Profound Continent. However, the prices of the divine scrolls were clearly marked. It seemed very common. There were countless gods on Elysium. Some new gods who had just arrived from other continents would write down their experiences of becoming a god into scrolls and sell them to base gods and demigods who had yet to ascend to godhood in exchange for some crystal coins. Therefore, such scrolls were plentiful on Elysium. Every person's steps and experiences of becoming a god were different. In addition, those who had memorized their experiences might not tell others about them. Therefore, those scrolls might not necessarily be of use. From mid-god onward, one would not have to worry about making a living on Elysium. Even if a mid-god with nothing came to Elysium, there would be envoys sent by major family clans to recruit them. They wouldn't have to worry about crystal coins at all. It was precisely because of this that the cultivation experiences of mid-gods were almost unpurchasable. Those mid-gods who lived a carefree life would not be willing to waste their energy to earn a small amount of crystal coins. High gods were almost all powerhouses of a region. Therefore, it was even more impossible for them to do so. Other than their own descendants, they would never share their cultivation experiences with anyone else, not even their friends. Han Shuo did not know if these cultivation experiences would really be useful to him. Therefore, he wanted to test it out first. When he arrived at the section where the energy of destruction was categorized, Han Shuo lowered his head to look at the scrolls below the boundary. He discovered that the prices ranged from 3 to 10 purple crystal coins. "Can I take a look first?" Then, he raised his head and asked a sweet-looking young lady who cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness. She only possessed base god strength. "I'm sorry, but divine scrolls are different from other products. The content recorded inside might only be a few sentences. If you take a look and memorize it without buying it, we will be at a disadvantage," the young lady explained in a refined and courteous manner with a professional smile on her face. "All right then. Give me the 3 purple crystal coins scroll." Han Shuo took out 3 purple crystal coins and handed them to the young lady with a smile. "No problem." The young lady took out a dark blue divine stone and shone it at the scroll. The divine scroll priced at 3 purple crystal coins flew out from the boundary and attached itself to the divine stone in her hand. "Here you go. Please keep it." The young lady was in a good mood. She handed the scroll to Han Shuo. Han Shuo opened the scroll, flipped through a few pages, and started reading it in front of the young lady. A few minutes later, Han Shuo was greatly disappointed. The scroll contained the insights of a low god who had just stepped into the elemental energy of destruction. That person's strength was probably weaker than Han Shuo's. The scroll contained no substantial content and was of no help to Han Shuo at all. 3 purple crystal coins were wasted just like that. "Do you need any other scrolls? I believe the divine scroll priced at 10 purple crystal coins would be more suitable for you." "Do you need it?" the young lady asked Han Shuo with a beaming smile. "Let me have a look." Han Shuo had obtained more than 100 purple crystal coins from killing Kaiser and Ericsson. He didn't particularly care about a few purple crystal coins. As he spoke, he took out another 10 purple crystal coins and handed them to the young lady. "All right." The young lady smiled sweetly. After accepting Han Shuo's purple crystal coins, she handed the divine scroll priced at 10 purple crystal coins to Han Shuo and smilingly said, "The price is different, and so are the levels. Perhaps this one has what you need." "I hope so." Han Shuo casually replied. He then unfolded the divine scroll and started reading it again. "Ha!" Han Shuo softly exclaimed. This divine scroll similarly didn't contain any insights. However, it recorded a method of attack called the Orb of Destruction. It was a method to rapidly condense the divine energy in one's body into a sphere and revolve it within the domain of divinity in accordance with the Edict of Destruction. The scroll described in detail the method to condense the Orb of Destruction. However, the description of how to revolve it within the domain of divinity in accordance with the Edict of Destruction was rather vague. Han Shuo must have deliberately concealed it. It appeared that the young man must have comprehended this method of attack by himself. He had no choice but to make scrolls to sell because he was in dire straits. However, he didn't want others to fully understand his method of attack. Therefore, he deliberately left it vague. This isn't bad. Han Shuo nodded smilingly. He looked at the remaining scrolls within the boundary and was about to offer to take a look at the rest when the young lady suddenly smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I've kept a scroll of the Edict of Destruction for myself. I think you will be interested in it." Chapter 684. Oh? Han Shuo looked at the shop assistant with interest, unable to guess what she meant. He asked with a smile, "How did you know I would be interested? You have enough crystal coins and care so much about the power of destruction. I believe you wouldn't mind spending a large sum of money to buy a scroll that you really need. I can guarantee you that my scroll is more useful than anything here." The young girl was unhurried as she said with a smile, "How much are you selling your scroll for? I'll say this first, if it's not worth that price, I'll ask for a refund." Han Shuo said as he stared at her after thinking for a moment. "No problem. If you don't think it's worth it, I'm willing to return the crystal coins to you." The young girl was full of confidence. She looked left and right to ensure that no one was paying attention to her before carefully taking out a yellow divine scroll. This scroll looked like it had been repeatedly flipped through. 40 purple crystal coins, not one less. The young girl waved the scroll in front of Han Shuo and said with a stern expression, "Here, 40 purple crystal coins, here you go." Han Shuo took out 40 purple crystal coins and handed them to her, thinking that the price of the scroll was really high. 40 purple crystal coins could be exchanged for a lot of things. It wasn't a small amount. "I'll give you the scroll. You won't be disappointed, I promise." The young girl handed the yellowed scroll to Han Shuo, full of confidence. Han Shuo didn't know where the young girl's confidence came from. He opened the scroll and quickly memorized the contents on it. The yellowed divine scroll was suddenly burned to ashes. "There's no way I can return it now." The young girl hurriedly argued when she saw Han Shuo burn the divine scroll to ashes. "Those 40 purple crystal coins belong to you," Han Shuo said in a deep voice as he looked deeply at the young girl. "Do you still want to look at other things?" The young girl smiled lightly and pointed to the other scrolls below the barrier. "No need." Han Shuo shook his head and pondered for a moment before asking again, "How did you get the scroll you sold me?" "I'm sorry, I can't tell you about that." The young girl put on a vigilant face and reminded Han Shuo, "You don't need to know where it came from. I don't know what's written on it, so there's no point asking me." Han Shuo nodded and sized her up a few more times before saying, "Goodbye." The scroll that the young girl sold recorded the method to devour the energy of a god of destruction. Han Shuo didn't understand why she would sell it. The method to devour the energy of a god of the same element was very easy even without guidance. However, it wasn't easy to grasp the method of devouring the 4 great edictal forces. Every element was different, and if one didn't know anything about it, they wouldn't be able to devour even if a god of the same element was placed in front of them. Only the god hunters knew how to devour the 4 edictal forces. They were the targets of persecution across Elysium. Most people had no chance of learning it. What surprised Han Shuo was that the divine scroll in the girl's hand actually recorded the detailed usage of the devouring power of destruction. Therefore, Han Shuo only glanced at it once before immediately burning it to ashes. After all, this kind of thing was clearly forbidden. Han Shuo wasn't sure if the girl knew the contents of the scroll. She cultivated the power of darkness, and her strength was too low. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have been able to understand what was written on the scroll. However, when she sold the scroll to Han Shuo, she was very confident. It was as if she knew the contents of the scroll. This made Han Shuo very confused. With such doubts in mind, Han Shuo left the scroll shop, but left a mystical demon there to observe the situation. In just half a day's time, Han Shuo discovered that the girl had sold a few more scrolls to other people using the same method. They were all cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. She seemed to have an endless supply of scrolls. Based on the mystical demon's observation, Han Shuo discovered that the scrolls she sold contained exactly the same content as the one he bought with 40 purple crystal coins. They were all about the usage of the devouring power of destruction. Han Shuo grew suspicious of this young lady. One of his mystical demons followed her closely. He discovered that when night fell, she met a sinister old man behind the shop. That old man was sitting on an armchair that was constantly rocking. He possessed mid-stage mid-god strength of darkness. He narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the young lady. The girl who was smiling in front of Han Shuo suddenly put on a fearful face when she saw that old man. She respectfully reported, "Lord Ramon, we have sold a total of 7 scrolls today." The old man named Ramon put on a sinister smile and said, "That's right. 7 in total. How many do you think will succumb to the temptation and become the new blood of our God Hunter Alliance?" "I have no idea." The girl shook her head. This is a very interesting guess. I look forward to it. If it wasn't for the fact that the devouring power of destruction is rather difficult to master, we wouldn't have to do this. There are too few cultivators of the Edict of Destruction in the Alliance. We have no choice but to use this method to recruit new blood. Those who are usually oppressed only follow the rules because they haven't mastered the devouring power of destruction. But once they learn how to use the energy of destruction to devour those of the same energy, the temptation will nibble away at their willpower and make them fall to our side, said Ramon with a sinister smile. My lord, there are some who have started to suspect me after seeing the devouring method on the scrolls. If they were to report us to the House of Croton, I'm afraid that we will be in trouble, said the girl worriedly after pondering for a moment. Don't worry, I have already dealt with those people. There won't be any trouble. Besides, this little Fort Verka doesn't have many true experts. Even if we are discovered, we can easily escape, said Ramon calmly. Ramon was calm and unruffled. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a low, lascivious laugh and pulled the girl into his arms. Very quickly, he stripped her naked and made her ride on his waist with her legs spread wide open. Then, she began rocking with the support of the chair. Han Shuo recalled his mystical demons and understood the whole story. He didn't expect that the God Hunters would also form an alliance. Ramon's task was to recruit new God Hunters. It was easy for gods cultivating in elemental energy to devour the energy of others. But it was somewhat more troublesome for gods cultivating in the Edict of 4 Edicts. In order to recruit more gods cultivating in the Edict of Destruction, Ramon adopted the method of devouring power, waiting for some of them to succumb to the temptation and throw themselves into the arms of the God Hunters. This was the first time Han Shuo had heard of the God Hunter Alliance. Donna had never mentioned it to him before. The God Hunters could be said to be the public enemy of Elysium. Any overgod in their dominions would go all out to eliminate this group of lunatics. If they were to make even the slightest mistake in a major city, they would face a devastating attack. Every city had a sufficient number of divine guards and powerful leaders. Those God Hunters wouldn't dare to recruit new blood so recklessly in major cities. Only in strongholds like Verka, where the defenses weren't as tight, would they be able to easily escape even if they were exposed. They wouldn't be caught and killed on the spot. Ramon was one of them. Han Shuo didn't know how high his position in the God Hunter Alliance was. In addition to the fact that Ramon cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness, Han Shuo wasn't too interested in him. Although the God Hunter Alliance was extremely vicious, they had never harmed Han Shuo in any way. Therefore, after learning the ins and outs of the matter, Han Shuo didn't pay too much attention to them and didn't intend to get involved in their business. Han Shuo silently recalled the mystical demon that had crossed Ramon's barrier of darkness. Instead of immediately setting off for the City of Shadows, Han Shuo found a gymnasium and stayed there for the time being. He wanted to study how to condense and attack the Orb of Destruction. As long as one paid enough crystal coins, One could use any of the many training fields in Fort Verka. Han Shua used 3 purple crystal coins to rent a training field that covered an area of 1,000 square meters and was equipped with an isolation boundary. The lease was for half a year. According to the method of condensing the orb of destruction written on the scroll, Han Shua used 2 months to successfully compress the divine energy in his body and form an orb that emitted intense energy of destruction. The orb was only the size of a palm and was pitch black in color. There seemed to be liquid divine energy flowing within it. After successfully condensing the orb of destruction, 1/5 of the divine energy in Han Shua's body was extracted and concentrated on the Edict of Destruction. Han Shua tried to manipulate the orb of destruction according to the trajectory of the Edict of Destruction recorded on the scroll but couldn't get the hang of it. He knew that the person who made the scroll had deliberately distorted some of the details so that people wouldn't be able to unleash the full might of the orb of destruction. Han Shua's consciousness was powerful and he was very patient. He believed that as long as he kept experimenting with the orb of destruction using the marvelous power of his consciousness, he would be able to find the most appropriate way to use it. On this day, as Han Shua was still experimenting with new ways to manipulate the orb of destruction in the gymnasium, a jingle suddenly sounded in front of the gymnasium. Han Shua immediately sent his avatar of destruction into the cauldron of myriad demon. Puzzled, he went to the gymnasium and asked, "Zoya, didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me?" "My apologies, there are a few lords who wish to see you," said Zoya helplessly. He was in charge of this gymnasium. According to the rules, as long as the user paid the required fee, they shouldn't disturb the user. "You are Brian. You cultivate in the energy of destruction, right?" asked a graceful young woman with long red hair that cascaded down her back. She took a deep look at Han Shua before asking. "That's right. What can I do for you?" asked Han Shua puzzledly. He could tell that this woman also cultivated in the energy of destruction and was a late-stage low god. Her realm was slightly higher than that of Han Shua's avatar. Recently, many cultivators of the Edict of Destruction in Fort Verka had their divine energy devoured and died. Those people must have died in the hands of cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. I have been ordered to investigate any suspicious individuals. Come with me, she explained briefly before she turned around and walked towards the exit. The divine guards behind her gestured for Han Shua to follow them. Chapter 685. After hearing those words, Han Shua could roughly guess what was going on. The scrolls that Rahman had secretly distributed must have taken effect. Someone must have failed to resist the temptation and attempted to devour another cultivator of the Edict of Destruction. Han Shua did not take a single step out of the gymnasium, nor did he release his mystical demons to spy on the situation in Fort Verka. He had no idea what the situation was like. However, judging from how the House of Croton had mobilized such a large force to interrogate any cultivator of the Edict of Destruction, the situation should be very bad. After pondering silently for a moment, Han Shua became rather curious as to how they were going to interrogate him. Therefore, he followed the woman and left the gymnasium. After exiting the gymnasium, Han Shua immediately discovered that there were a few other cultivators of the Edict of Destruction waiting outside. They were not wearing the special armor of divine guards and were likely to be interrogated just like Han Shua. Come with me. We just want to figure out the situation. We won't take up too much of your time. After bringing Han Shua to the gymnasium, the woman with long fiery red hair pondered for a moment before she spoke. Miss Eunice, what's the situation? Recently, mournful and strange howls have been frequently heard in Fort Verka at night. Could it be that the god hunters have invaded in large numbers? A burly man asked worriedly as he looked at the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman named Eunice swept her gaze across the few low gods of destruction, including Han Shua. She said in a cold and indifferent manner, "This is Fort Verka under the protection of our House of Croton. Would the god hunters dare to be impudent in broad daylight? Humph, but what is certain is that there are indeed god hunters inside the fort. They might even be some of you. If we don't interrogate them properly and they cause a few more incidents, the people will indeed be in a state of panic. Han Shua sneered in his mind. Having heard Ramon's conversation, Han Shua knew that Ramon did not attach any importance to the House of Croton at all. That was why he was acting in Fort Verka. Eunice should be a member of the House of Croton. It appeared that she did not know how difficult the opponent they were about to face would be. Miss Eunice is right. The God Hunters wouldn't dare to come out in broad daylight. Another person said with righteous indignation, those damnable God Hunters deserve to be punished. If I, Lacey, were to encounter those God Hunters, I will definitely teach them a lesson. It's good enough that you're still alive. Don't talk big in front of me. Among those who died, one of them was a late-stage low god. With your strength of a mid-stage low god, you are nothing but their prey. Eunice mocked him with disdain. The man laughed awkwardly and did not refute. He seemed to be afraid of Eunice. What? The burly man who first asked the question cried out in surprise, even a late-stage low god has been killed? That's right. That's why all of you must be careful. Don't be arrogant and think that you can handle it. If you encounter anyone suspicious, you should immediately shout for help. The Divine Guards have been patrolling the area recently. They will arrive very soon. After saying those words, Eunice added, but before that, I want to make sure that all of you are innocent. If you happen to be a God Hunter, I will kill you with my own hands, no matter who you are. Those who knew of Eunice's identity and strength became as quiet as cicadas in winter after hearing those words. They seemed to be very afraid of this red-haired woman. Miss Eunice, the interrogation is done. We can go now. A divine guard beside her suddenly said to Eunice while fiddling with a miniature compass on his left wrist. Everyone, follow me. If anyone dares to leave halfway, I will treat him as a God Hunter and kill him on the spot. Take care. Eunice waved her hand and led the party towards the center of Fort Verka. The party, including Han Shua, silently followed behind Eunice. Soon enough, Eunice led Han Shua and the party to the largest gymnasium in Fort Verka. This gymnasium was managed by the House of Croton. It occupied a vast area and was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. Eunice led Han Shua and the party to the gymnasium. Han Shua discovered that there were more than 70 people in the gymnasium. Most of them cultivated in the energy of destruction. Those who did not were divine guards of the House of Croton. Uncle, how is it? Eunice walked straight to a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a full beard. I didn't discover any problems. How strange, Barnett shook his head. His eyes were looking back and forth at Han Shua and the others as he spoke. Let's test them, Eunice sighed helplessly. Eunice helplessly let out a soft sigh. She turned to Han Shua and the others and shouted, one by one according to the sequence. This will test whether the divine energy in your body is pure or not. As long as there are no impurities in your divine energy, you may leave. To devour the divine energy of others, there was a process of fusing it with one's own divine energy. Before the process was complete, the divine energy in one's body would contain impurities. Han Shua was well aware of this. Han Shua looked at the miniature energy tower on Barnett's platform and sensed it for a moment. He immediately realized that the miniature energy tower could absorb divine energy and had the function of directly projecting the divine energy into the tower. One by one, the party placed their hands on the energy tower and injected a strand of divine energy into it. Once divine energy entered the tower, the energy tower would radiate a faint white light. This meant that the divine energy that was injected into the tower was pure and without any impurities. The first few didn't have any problems and the energy tower reacted normally. When it was Han Shua's turn, Han Shua calmly put a smile on his face as he placed his hand on the energy tower and infused a thread of divine energy into it. However, the energy tower that had been radiating a faint white light suddenly flickered for a moment. The white light gradually turned gray. Han Shua was stunned. Before he could explain, Barnett and Eunice shouted in unison, God Hunters. The two exclamations were extremely ear-piercing in the quiet gymnasium. The gazes of everyone in the gymnasium immediately gathered on Han Shua. After Barnett and Eunice shouted, they surrounded Han Shuo as if they had a tacit understanding. Some of the Fort Verka divine guards also rapidly gathered around them. Han Shuo suddenly found himself unable to move an inch. What's going on? Didn't you say that the avatar of destruction has been cleansed of all impurities? Han Shuo hastily transmitted to the cauldron spirit in an attempt to figure out what was going on. 2 seconds later, the cauldron spirit replied that Avatar's body is indeed free of impurities. However, that Avatar is refined from the demon's layer edge and the demon's layer edge is infused with your blood essence. This is something that cannot be changed. That must be the reason why the rock is glowing. Han Shuo immediately understood what was going on after hearing the cauldron spirit's explanation. The Avatar was indeed refined from the demon's layer edge. According to the cauldron spirit, the blood essence of demonic arts cultivators is extremely special. It was only natural that the energy tower would detect the impurities in Han Shuo's divine energy. This was something that Han Shuo did not expect. That was why he boldly injected his divine energy into the rock. Little did he expect that such a huge mishap would occur. After communicating with the cauldron spirit, Han Shuo discovered that he had fallen into a tight encirclement. Barnett and Eunice wore gloomy faces as they stared at Han Shuo. Barnett asked in a cold and sinister voice, "How many accomplices do you have? As long as you cooperate with us, we will let you die a little more comfortably." Misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the divine guards surrounding him and explained with a bitter smile. The evidence is conclusive. This is definitely not a misunderstanding. Eunice coldly shouted and continued, "Over the past few months, a total of 13 destruction energy cultivators have died in Fort Verka. All of them were killed by someone who devoured their divine energy. How dare you say that this is a misunderstanding? Kill him. Those damned god hunters. Miss Eunice, kill him in the cruelest way possible. My wife was killed by them. I want revenge. My younger brother was also killed by them." Everyone in the gymnasium was glaring at Han Shuo in rage. Some of them had relatives and friends who were killed by the divine energy. They charged at Han Shuo with all their might. If it weren't for the Fort Verka divine guards holding them back, they would have fought to the death with Han Shuo. Han Shuo could sense the fury of those people. He finally realized why the god hunters had been operating in secret all this time and did not dare to operate in major cities. Han Shuo understood that if he couldn't explain the matter clearly, he might not be able to walk out of the gymnasium alive. Even if he escaped using demonic disassembly, he would not be able to establish a foothold on Elysium with his divine tablet. It's a misunderstanding, it really is a misunderstanding. Han Shuo explained in a bitter smile. Youngster, you still dare to quibble at this point? Hee, don't tell me you want me to kill you and dig out all the secrets in your soul. Barnett sneered sinisterly. He was a mid-god cultivating in the energy of death and he had his own way of doing things. I really am not a god hunter, replied Han Shuo in a bitter smile. Then how do you explain the anomaly in the energy towers? Asked Eunice impatiently. She was ready to attack at any moment. I cultivate in 2 energies. There are 2 types of divine energies in my body. That is why this anomaly occurred. Han Shuo hastily explained. He immediately deployed the divine energy of his avatar of death and formed a domain of divinity around him. Then, his divine energy changed and the domain of divinity changed from the energy of death to the energy of destruction. Ha! The crowd exclaimed in surprise. They started sizing up Han Shuo with strange gazes. Barnett waved his hand and gestured for the divine guards to step back. I didn't expect that there would be an idiot like you who cultivates in 2 energies at the same time. You will only achieve nothing by doing that. Worse still, the 2 energies will clash and you will die, said Eunice to Han Shuo as though she was looking at an idiot. Then, she turned to Barnett and asked, Uncle, such an idiot can't be a god hunter, right? Definitely not. Barnett nodded in agreement. He then turned to Han Shuo and said, "All right, you may leave now." Han Shuo put on a bitter smile. Just as he was about to return to his room and continue cultivating the orb of destruction, he suddenly discovered that Ramon had brought a few people to the gymnasium. Those people, just like Han Shuo, had obtained the special scrolls from that shop. Chapter 686. Ramon was the most frightening god-hunter leader that Han Shuo knew of in Fort Verka. For such a character to suddenly appear in a gymnasium specially designed to test god-hunters, there was definitely something fishy going on. Han Shuo retreated from the energy tower in front of Barnet. He was in no hurry to leave but carefully observed Ramon and the others' actions. He wanted to know what these true god-hunters were up to by coming here. At present, there were 87 people gathered in the largest gymnasium. Other than 21 divine guards from the House of Croton, the rest were cultivators of the Edict of Destruction. Only half of those who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction had passed the test. Those who passed the test were not in a hurry to leave but were observing the situation in the energy tower in front of Barnet. As cultivators of the Edict of Destruction, they were not in a hurry to leave because the god-hunters roaming around Fort Verka had become a threat to their lives. They wanted the House of Croton to figure out the situation and capture those god-hunters. After all, as long as the god-hunters were not captured, they, as cultivators of the Edict of Destruction, would become the targets of those god-hunters. The feeling of being treated as prey was not a good feeling for anyone. It could be said that basically all the low gods of destruction in Fort Verka had gathered in this gymnasium. Han Shuo was certain that there were god-hunters among them. The reason why the energy tower could not detect them was because they had completely fused the divine energy they had absorbed with themselves. Han Shuo carefully observed the crowd and discovered that the eyes of the dozen or so low gods of destruction who were originally in the gymnasium started to flicker when they saw Ramon and the others. They secretly communicated with Ramon and the others with their eyes, as though they were preparing for something. Han Shuo immediately realized that something was about to happen in this gymnasium. He was in even more of a hurry to leave. "Ramon, why are you here? You cultivate in the energy of darkness. There won't be any problems." Barnet recognized Ramon and shouted at the approaching Ramon. "Ah, I brought my friend here to take the test." "I'm just cooperating with you," replied Ramon with a warm smile. He did not look as cold and sinister as he did back in the shop. It seemed that this man was very good at disguising himself. "Thank you." Barnet expressed his gratitude and instructed the divine guards in front of him, "Make way. Let Ramon and his friends come first." Ramon was a mid-god. But no matter where one was, powerful people would always enjoy special privileges. There were only so many mid-gods in Fort Verka. As a member of the House of Croton, it was normal for Barnet to be familiar with Ramon. Ramon led a few people who cultivated in the energy of destruction through the crowd and arrived in front of Barnet. Like Han Shuo, those who had seen the scroll that Ramon had deliberately distributed but did not rebuke him on the spot had all infused their divine energy into the energy tower. The energy tower then emitted white light as usual, indicating that they were fine. But Han Shuo was almost certain that the people who came with Ramon were the culprits of the murders in Fort Verka. The fact that the energy towers didn't emit white light could only mean that they had fused with the divine powers. "There's no problem. I believe Ramon is your friend. He wouldn't do something so suicidal." Banite nodded. He seemed to be very familiar with Ramon. "Of course." Ramon laughed heartily. However, his eyes were roving all over Eunice's body. He smilingly said, "Miss Eunice, you have been working hard these past few days. Those matters must have troubled you, haven't they?" There was a trace of lecherous glint in his eyes as he looked at Eunice. Those without keen senses like Han Shuo would not have noticed it. "As a member of the House of Croton, this is what I should do. There's no need to talk about hard work," said Eunice coldly. For some reason, she had an instinctive disgust for Ramon. Every time she saw him, she would feel uncomfortable all over. "Miss Eunice, if there's anything you need my help with, please don't hesitate to ask." Ramon's eyes roamed all over Eunice's body. His gaze lingered on her chest for the longest time. No need. Eunice coldly snorted and flatly refused. Women were very perceptive in this regard. She had long known that Ramon had lusted after her. She was also aware of the sordid affair between Ramon and the salesgirl in the store. Therefore, she was very disgusted with Ramon. No matter how Ramon tried to please her, she would never show him any kindness. Ramon did not get angry. He merely laughed dryly. When he lowered his head, a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. "All right, Ramon. You may leave with your friend." Barnett smiled faintly. He was also aware of Ramon's feelings for Eunice. However, as the House of Croton was in charge of everything in Fort Verka, he was not afraid that Ramon would dare to do anything immoral to Eunice. Ramon nodded and turned to leave. Along the way, he kept exchanging glances with some of the people in the crowd. Those who met Ramon's gaze all nodded almost imperceptibly, as if telling Ramon that everything was ready. Han Shua carefully kept his guard up as he observed every little action of those people. He knew that a good show was about to unfold. Han Shua, who possessed true strength that allowed him to be unafraid of a late-stage mid-god, was not the least bit worried about his own safety. Instead, he wanted to see what Ramon was going to do. Under Han Shua's watchful eyes, Ramon had arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium and was about to leave. Han Shua was astounded. He thought, did I make a wrong judgment? Could it be that Ramon has no intention of doing anything here? Right at this moment. While most of the people's attention was once again focused on the energy tower in front of Barnett, a dark golden sphere suddenly appeared in Ramon's hand. Barnett, Eunice, and the other members of the House of Croton were busy testing the others and did not notice Ramon at all. Ramon did not let Han Shua wait a second longer. He immediately tossed the dark golden sphere into the air. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of destruction violently gushed out from the sphere. It flooded every corner of the gymnasium like a breached dam and formed a domain of divinity that enveloped the entire gymnasium. What's going on? The gymnasium was filled with cries of alarm. There were so many people cultivating in the energy of destruction and the gymnasium was so small. The terrifying energy of destruction that suddenly erupted immediately caused the crowd to gasp in bewilderment. God damn it, who deployed his domain of divinity? Some of the people who couldn't figure out what was going on cursed. Barnett, who was testing at the energy tower, suddenly had a huge change in expression. He cried out in alarm, "Who is it? This is Fort Verka under the City of Shadows. Who dares to be so presumptuous here?" Barnett could sense that the aura of destruction that suddenly erupted in the gymnasium was not something he could withstand. "Uncle, the intruder is very terrifying. I have never felt such terrifying energy of destruction." Eunice, who was relatively calm, softly shouted to Barnett. She was on high alert as though she was facing a formidable enemy. The dark golden sphere floating above the gymnasium continued to release the aura of destruction. It formed a domain of divinity that enveloped the entire gymnasium. When the crowd discovered that the intruder was the dark golden sphere floating above their heads, they raised their heads to look at it. Suddenly, ink-black spheres of light flew out from the dark golden sphere and flew toward the boundary above the gymnasium. Those ink-black spheres of light attached themselves to the boundary above the gymnasium and started moving at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the spheres of light passed, they would leave behind trails of electricity that changed the structure of the boundary above the gymnasium. The aura of destruction in the gymnasium grew denser and denser. Han Shua was greatly astonished. His eyes were glistening as he stared at the boundary. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. The energy of destruction contained in the ink-black spheres of light that flew out from the dark golden sphere was too obvious and too concentrated. Han Shua, who had been secretly cultivating the orb of destruction for some time, could immediately tell that those ink-black spheres of light were orbs of destruction. The orbs of destruction were constantly flying above the boundary, leaving behind trails of black electricity that changed the structure of the boundary. This caused Han Shua to be even more puzzled. The scrolls that Han Shua used to cultivate the orb of destruction came from Ramon's scroll shop. This made Han Shuo even more puzzled. Who are you? Show yourself. Barnett shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was extremely penetrating. It appeared that he was trying to attract the attention of the divine guards outside the gymnasium. It's useless. No one will be able to hear anything that happens here. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, your voice won't be able to penetrate the barrier. Ramon suddenly walked back the way he came, a sinister smile on his face. He had a calm expression on his face. It's you. Eunice cried out in surprise. Her pretty face was ice cold as she asked, Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our Fort Verka? Miss Eunice, you will soon know who I am. Hee, when I have you under my crotch and toy with you, I will slowly tell you everything. Ramon no longer concealed his lustful thoughts towards Eunice. He started laughing in an unbridled manner. Shameless. Eunice clenched her teeth and shouted angrily in response to Ramon's lustful gaze and impudent words. Ramon, do you know what the consequences of making an enemy of the House of Croton will be? Barnett took a deep breath to steady his anger that was about to explode at any moment. He stared at Ramon and asked in a calm manner. Ramon nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, chuckled sinisterly, Do you really think that a puny House of Croton is worthy of our attention? Poor Barnett, you think too highly of the House of Croton. As Ramon spoke, more than 20 people who cultivated in the energy of destruction walked out from the crowd one after another. They stood beside Ramon and made their stand clear. God hunters. They are all God hunters. Eunice suddenly came to a realization. She pointed at the 20 or so people and shouted. She was so angry that her body was trembling. She secretly blamed herself for not discovering their identities earlier. Those people standing beside Ramon coldly faced Eunice's accusation and did not utter a word. Kill them. Those damned God hunters. Their existence is our nightmare. Lacey, who was once brought here by Eunice along with Han Shuo, shouted in righteous indignation. He had been fawning over Eunice all this time and it was obvious that he adored her. Now was the perfect opportunity to stand up for her. After he shouted, those victims who cultivated in the energy of destruction immediately responded. Although Ramon's side had more than 20 God hunters who cultivated in the energy of destruction, Barnett and Eunice had more than 20 divine guards. In addition to those who were not God hunters, Ramon and Eunice's side had more than 20 divine guards. When Eunice saw that Lacey had taken the lead to help her, she smiled at him as a way of expressing her gratitude. Lacey became even more excited after seeing Eunice's smile. He took the lead and walked towards Ramon and the others. It seemed that he was prepared to take the lead and win Eunice's favor. Idiot! Han Shuo cursed in his mind. He thought to himself, if Ramon dares to reveal his identity with so few people, it means that victory is already in his grasp. But this Lacey, in order to win Eunice's favor, is he tired of living? Just as Han Shuo expected, before Lacey could reach Ramon, 3 orbs of destruction fell from the sky in a crisscross pattern and instantly bombarded Lacey's body. He let out a miserable shriek. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lacey's divine body abnormally swelled up. His bony body suddenly expanded to 3 times its original size and was still expanding. Poof! A muffled explosion sounded from his body. Lacey's divine body that had expanded to its limit shriveled up at an even faster rate. He collapsed to the ground as though he was boneless. Blood flowed out from every pore of his divine body. Impulsive youngsters usually don't come to a good end. Ramon softly concluded. Soon after, he put on a sinister smile and said, Why would we show ourselves if we weren't absolutely certain? What do you guys think? Upon hearing those words, the group of people that had followed Lacey and were about to attack Ramon and the others came to a sudden halt. After thinking for a moment, none of them dared to act rashly. It wasn't easy for us to create such an opportunity to gather all those who cultivate in the Edict of Destruction together. This is all out of good intentions. As long as you all cooperate with me, I believe that most of you will be fine. Ramon nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the group had stopped advancing. Ramon, we will not compromise with you. God hunters are nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. Don't even think of making us join your evil deeds," shouted Barnett in a cold voice. He took the lead and walked towards Ramon.
The divine guards of the House of Croton and Eunice immediately followed behind him. "It's not up to you to decide whether or not you will join us in our evil deeds." Ramon put on a mocking smile. He pointed at the god hunters behind him who also cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and said, in the past, they didn't know how to use the energy of destruction to devour others. That was why they were content with the status quo. But look, after I told them the method, didn't they become the same kind of people as us? Barnett, you've never tasted that wonderful feeling, that's why you're saying that. If you've used the power of death to devour someone, you'll know that it's the most memorable feeling. Do you want to try it? I want to know what it feels like to kill you. Barnett was not swayed by Ramon's words. He resolutely walked towards Ramon. Barnett, don't be so impulsive. Don't you want to know what I am trying to do? Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Ramon resorted to another method, to pique Barnett's curiosity. Clearly, Ramon's method was effective. Barnett stopped, stared at Ramon, and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "You will know very soon." Ramon proudly pointed at the boundary that enveloped them and shouted to the crowd, "The boundary is shrinking. If you don't want to die, gather at the center. I will bring you to a place where you can escape the fate of being bombarded by the energy of destruction on the boundary." Upon hearing those words, the crowd raised their heads and looked at the sky. Sure enough, they discovered that it was just as Ramon said. The boundary that looked like an enormous cover that completely sealed off the gymnasium was shrinking bit by bit as the orbs of destruction rolled down. Thin and long electric sparks were leaping on the surface of the boundary, forming waves of energy of destruction. The dark golden sphere that had been hovering motionlessly above their heads had stopped spewing orbs of destruction. It was like an eye coldly looking down at the crowd, giving off a terrifying pressure. By now, Han Shoa, who was hiding among the crowd, was almost certain that the dark golden sphere was an extremely powerful divine weapon and its owner was absolutely a terrifying high god cultivating in the energy of destruction. Only a divine weapon in the hands of a high god could produce such a terrifying effect. There were approximately 300 orbs of destruction drifting out from the dark golden sphere. All of them attached themselves to the boundary and revolved. Based on what Han Shoan knew about the scroll, he believed that the owner of the dark golden sphere was the person who produced the scroll and mastered the orbs of destruction. It was precisely with this understanding that Han Shoa, who could use the Earth elite zombie to leave from the depths of the Earth, didn't take advantage of the chaos to escape. Instead, he boldly mingled in the crowd and watched the development of the situation without batting an eyelid. The boundary outside the gymnasium was still shrinking. Ramon, who was standing at the center of the gymnasium, had erected another bidirectional spacetime portal. The bidirectional spacetime portal was a special divine weapon used for short-distance teleportation. It was manufactured by mighty gods cultivating in the Edict of Space and was extremely precious. By utilizing the bidirectional spacetime portal, two people who owned two portals could freely travel back and forth to meet each other. The original creator of the bidirectional spacetime portal was to make it convenient for a couple in a foreign land to meet each other. That couple did not cultivate in the same energy. One cultivated in a secret location in the north of Elysium that was rich in elemental energy, while the other cultivated in the south of Elysium that was rich in elemental energy.
If the couple wished to meet each other, they would have to travel across more than half of Elysium. That was how the bidirectional spacetime portal came into being. Although the bidirectional spacetime portal could not be used for interplanar teleportation, it could be carried around and was very convenient. As the materials needed to construct the bidirectional spacetime portal were rather precious and could only be manufactured by high gods cultivating in the Edict of Space, the bidirectional spacetime portal was exceedingly precious and ordinary people could not possibly own one. Ramon was just a mid-god of darkness. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to own such a precious bidirectional spacetime portal. As soon as Ramon erected the bidirectional spacetime portal, Han Shuo immediately realized that it must have belonged to the owner of the dark golden sphere. While Han Shuo was pondering, Ramon laughed loudly and pointed at the opened portal. He smilingly said, "Go in if you don't want to die. Barnet, if you want to know what's going on, you have to go in too. I don't mind telling you that the boundary around here was created by a high god divine weapon. If you don't go in, you will die." "Humph, I'll go in and see what you're up to." Barnet coldly groaned and strode into the portal. However, he seemed to have lost some of his confidence. Han Shuo knew that he had no other choice. "Little beauty, you go first. I'll be with you shortly," said Ramon with a big smile when it was Eunice's turn. "Pooh!" Eunice could not restrain the disgust in her heart. She spat on Ramon's face to make her stand clear. But when Eunice spat on Ramon's face, she panicked. By then, her uncle Barnet had already entered the portal. Most of the people who stayed behind were on Ramon's side. She was afraid that Ramon would take drastic action. To the crowd's surprise, Ramon did not immediately flip out. Instead, he reached out his index finger to touch the spittle on his cheek. Then, he put the spittle into his mouth and began sucking on it right in front of Eunice's face. He looked extremely obscene. Disgusting. Eunice was in a panic. She no longer dared to look at Ramon. She entered the bidirectional spacetime portal in an extremely sorry state. Her heart was filled with humiliation and unwillingness. "Ha ha, ha." Ramon laughed maniacally and was extremely pleased with himself. It was only after Eunice disappeared into the portal that his attitude turned cold. He grinned hideously and mumbled to himself, "Eunice, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. When the time comes, I'll let you know what it means to beg for death." The barrier around the gymnasium shrank tighter and tighter. Those panic-stricken people entered the portal one after another. Soon, it was Han Shuo's turn to enter. "Ha!" Ramon stared blankly at Han Shuo for a moment. Then, he suddenly asked in a puzzled tone, "I know you. You've read the contents of the scroll, but you didn't show any extreme reaction. This means that you've also thought of using the devouring method written on the scroll. But why didn't you stand with us? And why didn't you do anything special after that?" Han Shuo had long known that Ramon was using a special device to clearly see everything that happened inside the shop. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to tell that those people were disloyal and would gradually become his people. Han Shuo was not surprised at all by Ramon's words. He smiled and said, "That's right. I've also read the contents of the scroll and I'm really interested in it. It's just that I've been delayed by some matters and haven't found a target yet." "Hee hee. Ha, kindred spirits. I'm sure you'll have a target once you enter." Ramon grinned sinisterly at Han Shuo's words and patted Han Shuo's shoulder. He must have regarded Han Shuo as one of his kind. "I hope so too." Han Shuo replied cheerfully and hastily walked toward the portal. However, he was cursing in his heart. "Damn it, don't touch me with your dirty hands." Chapter 687. When Han Shuo stepped into the portal and walked out, he discovered that he had arrived in a valley. The valley was shrouded in lingering clouds and was surrounded by cliffs. On the cliffs, there were many bottomless caves leading to who knows where. The ground beneath his feet was very hard because it was mixed with rock fragments. Those who had entered the portal earlier were also pacing around the valley. Eunice and Barnet were together and were whispering to each other. They were probably trying to come up with a suitable solution for their current predicament. Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness, and just as he was about to probe the surroundings, he immediately sensed the presence of a boundary deep in the clouds above his head. The boundary, which emanated an obvious aura of destruction, was surprisingly able to detect the probing of Han Shuo's consciousness. The clouds and mist in the area where Han Shuo's consciousness was roaming suddenly started to churn. Han Shuo was alarmed and immediately withdrew his consciousness. He did not know if his consciousness could penetrate the boundary, but when he saw that the boundary could detect his consciousness, he did not dare to continue taking the risk lest the owner of the place retaliated. Behind Han Shuo, those god hunters who had obviously fallen into depravity walked out of the portal one after another. As soon as they walked out of the portal, their eyes became more and more excited. They looked at Han Shuo and the others with ferocious gazes as though they were looking at their prey. Ramon was the last to walk out of the dimensional gate. He was probably the last to collect the dimensional gate and the dark golden orb that contained the orb of destruction, so that the Croton family of Fort Verka would not be able to find any traces of their disappearance. After walking out of the portal, Ramon immediately searched for traces of Eunice. When he saw Eunice, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. No one knew what was going through his mind. His face was filled with obscenity. Welcome to one of the strongholds of our God Hunter Alliance. Here, I would like to introduce to you our leader who cultivates in the Edict of Destruction, Lord Brovst. Ramon raised his voice and shouted towards an enormous cave at the side of the valley. Ramon, it's been hard on you. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the cave. It is my honor to serve Lord Brovst. Ramon dared not claim credit for himself. He raised his voice and said, I have brought nearly all those who cultivate in the Edict of Destruction from Fort Verka with me. Do you have any other instructions, my lord? Very good. Come in and take what you deserve. Hand over the 2 divine tools I gave you. Brovst shouted from inside the cave. He was nowhere to be seen. Ramon was overjoyed. He put away the other spatial door behind him and leaped into the cave. Although Han Shuo couldn't see Brovst's face or sense his aura, he was certain that Brovst was a formidable high god. Han Shuo was certain that Brovst was the master of the dark golden sphere. This was because a mid-god definitely couldn't create so many orbs of destruction. Moreover, every orb of destruction contained such powerful destruction divine energy. Very soon, Ramon returned. He seemed to have gotten what he wanted and appeared to be even more excited. Lord Brovst said that as long as you cultivators of the energy of destruction devour the divine energy of one of the people around you, you will be considered one of us, and you will be allowed to leave this valley alive. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Ramon stood at the entrance of the cave and announced. Upon hearing those words, Tanai Mountain and the others' faces jolted. They vigilantly distanced themselves from the people around them, fearing that someone might suddenly attack them. Han Shuo had long anticipated that this would be the outcome. That Brovst had gone through so much trouble to have Ramon gather all those who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction here for no other reason than to kill them all. According to what Ramon had said in the shop, the number of god hunters cultivating in the Edict of Destruction was the least. Brovst must have been short on manpower, and that was why he had instructed Han Shuo, a cultivator of the Edict of Darkness, to carry out this task. From this, it could be seen that Brovst was severely lacking in manpower. Han Shuo, who had once devoured that old woman with the energy of death, had personally experienced that feeling. He knew that anyone who took that step would find it very difficult to resist the terrifying desire that would constantly surge in their heart. In the end, they would join the God Hunter faction and become one of them. After all, not many people were like Han Shuo, who had been struggling with their willpower ever since they started cultivating demonic arts. They were not Han Shuo and could not resist that terrifying temptation. Brovst was well aware of that, and that was why he had given the order. He also believed that once someone had a taste of that feeling, they would find it hard to give up and would eventually become a god hunter and serve him. Ramon's words undoubtedly set off a huge wave of commotion among the people in the valley. After Ramon's words faded, a huge scroll suddenly descended from the cloudy sky. The scroll recorded the detailed method of using the power of destruction to engulf those of the same attribute. In the valley, those who had yet to become god hunters had never visited Ramon's scroll shop before. Almost none of them knew how to use the energy of destruction to devour those of the same energy. When the enormous scroll descended, many of them were bewildered. After observing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that under the threat of death and the temptation of growing stronger, a portion of them had begun to memorize the contents of the scroll. The method of devouring one's own kind wasn't difficult. With the correct guidance, almost anyone could master it. Those who had their eyes on the scroll and were silently memorizing the method would definitely become the God Hunter's kin in the future. Those who remained firm in their stand were constantly gnawing away at their willpower and gradually began to waver. If it weren't for the threat of death, at least a large portion of those present would have disregarded the contents of the scroll. After all, God Hunters were the public enemy of the entire Elysium and were despised by everyone. But under the threat of death, if they resisted, it would mean that they would disappear forever. They had to think carefully. I will be watching your every move. Don't worry, I will help you subdue those who dare to take action, even if your opponent is stronger than you. I can guarantee that as long as you are determined to become one of us, not only will you not die, but you will also grow stronger at an even faster rate. Brovst, who was in the cave, once again guaranteed, giving those who were hesitant even greater resolve. Divine essences are something that can only be found by chance, but those who cultivate in the same energy can be found everywhere. They are all living divine essences. Imagine the wonderful process of using the energy of others to boost your own strength. How delightful and enjoyable it is. Ramon was more like a lobbyist. After Brovst finished his words, he began to talk incessantly, trying to bewitch those who were hesitant. With Brovst and Ramon working together, Han Shua discovered that those who were hesitant were visibly influenced. They also began to memorize the contents of the scroll and surreptitiously tried to utilize the energy within their bodies. The atmosphere in Tanai Mountain suddenly became extremely strange. Everyone secretly distanced themselves from others. Even those who were once friends grew vigilant. At this moment, there was no one around them that they could trust. Everyone could become their enemy. Those who were originally in a group gradually grew more and more distant from each other. On the contrary, those true God Hunters huddled together. They wore cold and indifferent smiles on the corners of their mouths as they observed the actions of those around them. They seemed to find it very amusing. What are you all doing? Eunice, who was with Barnett, shouted in a somewhat panicked voice when she discovered that the situation was not in her favor. Nobody paid any attention to her. Even the guards from the Croton family silently moved away from the two of them. Their eyes flickered indeterminately. Perhaps, only they themselves knew what they were secretly thinking. At this moment, Han Shua was rather restless. He wasn't afraid that those around him would suddenly change their temperament, but rather that he didn't know what method he could use to get out of Tanai Mountain. With a terrifying high god like Brovst present, it would be nearly impossible for Han Shua to force his way out of the valley. If he were to summon Earth Elite Zombie or Metal Elite Zombie, it would be equally troublesome if Brovst were to target him. The only way to ensure that he could escape was to use the demonic blood disassembly. But to use the demonic blood disassembly to escape would greatly damage his vitality. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Han Shua was not willing to use this last resort. Curiosity killed the cat. Han Shua inwardly blamed himself. He clearly knew that it would be dangerous, but he still insisted on joining. If he had used the Earth Elite Zombie to leave through the underground of the training field, Han Shua believed that no one would be able to stop him. But things were different now that he had Brovst. Should I use the energy of destruction to devour one of them and find an opportunity to escape? No. Unless I kill everyone here, even if I can resist the terrifying temptation, I will never be able to get rid of my identity as a God Hunter once the God Hunters divulge my identity. Han Shua was stuck between a rock and a hard place as he racked his brains for a way to resolve his current predicament. A muffled groan sounded in the valley, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Han Shua, who'd been racking his brains for a solution, looked over and saw a person stumbling, as if he'd been ambushed. Who is it? Who is it? He continued to turn around, glaring angrily at everyone around him. The green spear in his hand swayed back and forth. When he turned around, Han Shua discovered that there was a small green arrow stuck in his back. The wound was bleeding profusely, and it looked like there was still a large amount of poison on the arrow. My apologies, Only. I know that you have always loathed god hunters and will never be one of us. Since you are going to die, why don't you give me a chance to live? A skinny young man with a scar on his face sheepishly took out an exquisite crossbow and aimed it at Han Shuo. The divine energy of destruction in his body flowed into the crossbow. Logger, it's actually you. I once saved your life and now you are the one who ambushed me. Only, who was shot by the arrow, stared at his assailant in disbelief. His eyes were wide open and it was obvious that he was extremely furious. Yes, I have always been grateful to you. That's why I asked you to save me again. I think you will be glad to do so. Goodbye, Only. I will remember the 2 times you saved my life. The skinny youth called Logger shot out 3 small arrows in quick succession. Each arrow was imbued with the power of destruction. Only, who had already been hit by Logger's sneak attack, was obviously not very agile anymore. At such a close distance, and with Logger's full strength, he could only dodge 2 of the 3 small arrows in the end. Another arrow pierced his chest. At the same time, Logger suddenly charged at Only, who had been shot by 2 arrows. He took the opportunity to punch Only twice. Violent energy surged into Only's body and knocked him to the ground. Everyone, he's mine. Do as you please, but don't fight with me for him. Logger, who had his hands pressed against Only's back, raised his head and grinned at the crowd. His smile was very bright, but it sent a chill down everyone's spine. A person who could attack his savior so decisively and viciously without the slightest bit of remorse was definitely insane. It was no wonder that he was the first to attack Only. This kind of person was usually the most feared. Under his bright smile, the crowd subconsciously took a few steps back, as though to express their attitude. Damn it, there's actually such a person. Even those who had become god hunters started to feel disgusted by his actions and started cursing. God hunters couldn't help but feel tempted by the act of devouring. Other than involuntarily attacking cultivators of the same element, they weren't much different from ordinary cultivators. They had their own emotions and they had their own circle of friends. Therefore, they also found it unbearable to see such an insane person. The space around Logger automatically parted to create a larger space. He started devouring his savior, Only, as though there was no one else around him. Amidst Only's wails and howls, that gentle smiling Logger seemed to become more and more malevolent in the eyes of the crowd. Give me half of it, so that I don't have to hunt for more prey. Suddenly, an untimely chuckle sounded from a corner. The crowd was shocked to hear those words. They thought, who could be so bold as to provoke Logger? With this in mind, everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Under the crowd's gazes, Han Shuo leisurely strolled out. The smile on his face was even more sincere than Logger's. Looking at Logger from afar, he continued, "You are a person who knows how to repay favors. I'm sure you won't mind." Interesting, interesting. Logger clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He looked at Han Shuo and said, "But you'd better hurry up. If you're any later, you won't get a share. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse." Han Shuo let out a long laugh. He suddenly sped up and charged straight at Logger. "I'll be waiting." Logger stopped devouring the dying Only and suddenly stood up. He rapidly aimed his crossbow at Han Shuo. Logger possessed the strength of a mid-stage low god. In the eyes of many onlookers, he was extremely dangerous. His vicious temperament made people even more apprehensive. Han Shuo did not reply. He dashed at lightning speed towards Logger. It was obvious that he knew Logger would make such an unfriendly move. Chapter 688. The crossbow in Logger's hand was decorated with exquisite patterns. The 2 ends of the crossbow were inlaid with 2 gems, one red and one blue. When he filled the crossbow to the brim, the hands that held the bow and the arrows emitted a black ray of light. The red and blue gems seemed to be able to amplify his divine energy, causing the aura of destruction on the crossbow to become denser and denser. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 arrows were shot consecutively. After the arrows left the bowstring, they turned into 3 slender black snakes that charged at Han Shuo with bared fangs and brandished claws. Although Han Shuo's body could not display demonic arts, his sensitive consciousness was still very useful. Although the trajectories of the 3 arrows were tricky, they could not evade the detection of Han Shuo's consciousness. As soon as the 3 arrows were shot, Han Shuo's posture changed. He suddenly flew close to the ground, narrowly dodging the 3 arrows that pierced through his head, and closed in on Lager. Lager chuckled. He did not seem to be afraid of Han Shuo's approach. Seeing that the 3 arrows failed to hit Han Shuo, he quickly put away the crossbow. With a flick of his left hand, a double-edged battle-axe appeared in his hand. The battle-axe reeked of blood and was dark red in color. It was obviously not an ordinary weapon. Both of them cultivated in the energy of destruction and were at the same realm. Lager did not unleash his domain of divinity. Instead, he gripped the double-edged battle-axe with both hands and laughed heartily. He infused his divine energy into the battle-axe and swung it at Han Shuo's head. If this attack were to hit, Han Shuo's head would inevitably split open. Han Shuo narrowed his eyes and increased his speed as he swooped down on Lager. His avatar transformed into the Demon's Lair Edge. He infused the energy of destruction into the Demon's Lair Edge and blasted it at Lager. That avatar of his that cultivated in the energy of destruction was originally transformed from the Demon's Lair Edge. All the destruction divine energy and aura of destruction were in the Demon's Lair Edge. Therefore, Han Shuo's avatar could still borrow the destruction divine energy from the Demon's Lair Edge. Han Shuo stealthily channeled a few wisps of demonic yuan into the Demon's Lair Edge, keeping it hidden and waiting for the moment of contact with Lager to explode. This way, Han Shuo believed that no one would know that he had tampered with the Demon's Lair Edge. He believed that even Lager himself would have a hard time finding out that the demonic yuan was mixed within the energy of destruction. Courting death. Lager sneered in his heart. He gripped his double-edged battle-axe tightly with both hands and infused it with the divine power of destruction. Suddenly, a scarlet light shot out of the axe. In an instant, a destructive aura erupted from Lager. On the other hand, Han Shuo's face was calm. The Demon's Lair Edge in his hand didn't reveal its sharpness. Only the faint aura of destruction was emitted, allowing everyone to understand that he had indeed condensed his energy. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated through the entire valley. Waves of destruction spread out from the point where the two of them clashed, slowly dissipating into the surroundings. The huge scroll hanging in the sky suddenly swayed slightly, and the clouds above also slowly floated up. With this strike, Han Shuo secretly mixed his demonic yuan with the destruction divine energy and used the Demon's Lair Edge as a medium to surge towards Lager's double-edged battle-axe. The strength of the two was originally about the same. After Han Shuo secretly added his demonic yuan, it was obvious that Lager was no match for him. Han Shuo's right hand that was holding the Demon's Lair Edge only felt a little numb, while Lager was continuously pushed back by a strong force. His steps were also unsteady. Without giving Lager a chance to regroup, Han Shuo finally closed in on Lager. The Demon's Lair Edge in his hand stabbed out hundreds of times in an instant. All of them were aimed at Lager's head, chest, abdomen, and heart. Lager, who had no choice but to retreat, struggled to brandish his double-edged battle-axe, resisting Han Shuo's torrential attacks with great difficulty. The double-edged battle-axe was known for its weight and great power. However, it was obviously lacking in agility. Lager's double-edged battle-axe could bring out the best in each other's strengths. However, the battle-axe didn't seem suitable when it came to defending. Under the torrential barrage of sword rays from Han Shuo, streaks of destructive energy rained down on Lager like black raindrops. Lager struggled to defend and was in great pain. Pft! Pft! Sounds of flesh being pierced came from Lager's body. Soon, blood flowed down from his abdomen, wrists, and other parts of his body. With this, he was on the verge of defeat and could only defend. Why was his first attack so powerful? Lager was somewhat panicked. As the victim, Lager knew that the reason he was in such a situation was because a strong force from the double-edged battleaxe had rushed into his body during his first attack. This caused his divine energy to become chaotic and he was unable to organize an effective divine energy attack. It seems that I don't need to use Amway anymore. You alone are enough. Han Shuo suddenly stared at Lager and said softly. His expression was frighteningly calm. Lager, who was flustered, could feel more and more wounds on his body. The more he tried to resist and move his arms and legs, the faster his blood flowed out. Gradually, he began to feel slightly dizzy. He was referring to the excessive blood loss. At this moment, he heard Han Shuo's sudden shout. That voice carried a strange power that seemed to reverberate in Lager's divine soul, causing him to become even more frightened. The demon's lair edge in his hand glowed with a dark light. Han Shuo had captured Lager's mind and was prepared to take his life with one strike. Suddenly, the huge scroll moved on its own and coincidentally landed between Han Shuo and Lager, blocking Han Shuo's fatal attack on Lager. Han Shuo swung his demon's lair edge but only managed to pierce the huge scroll that recorded the method to devour destructive energy. A powerful boundary surged out from the scroll like soft cotton. Han Shuo's demon's lair edge was affected by the boundary and could not deal a fatal blow to the panicking Lager. We'll all be on the same side in the future. There's no need for the two of you to continue fighting to the death. Brovst's deep voice suddenly sounded from within the dark cave. As soon as his voice faded, the huge scroll swayed and rose into the sky again. Lager, who was behind the scroll, took the opportunity to retreat far away from Han Shuo. He looked at Han Shuo with a face full of smiles, bowed, and asked, "Friend, what's your name? Thank you for letting me win today." Han Shuo could sense the unforgettable hatred behind Lager's smile, but he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. He shrugged and replied with a smile, "It's an insult to me that a bastard who would kill my savior knows my name." Han Shuo had lost all interest in feigning civility when faced with this kind of scheming, shameless, and ruthless person. Lager did not fly into a rage after being called a bastard in front of so many people. He only laughed dryly and remained silent. Han Shuo was greatly disappointed that Lager did not lose his reason and charge at him. Knowing that Brovst was here, if Lager did not take the initiative to attack him, Han Shuo would not have a reasonable excuse to kill him. "I'll give you an hour to prove your determination. Do not waste this opportunity." Brovst's voice suddenly sounded from within the dark cave. As soon as those words were spoken, the eyes of those who had just watched a good show began to flicker. Han Shuo secretly observed some of the people around him as he walked towards Onli, who was lying on the ground. Han Shuo saw that Onli was on the verge of death. By the time Han Shuo was about to place his hand on Onli's body, Onli's life force had been completely exhausted and he was completely dead. The remaining divine energy in Onli's body had been completely exhausted. Naturally, Han Shuo could not devour the divine energy in Onli's body. Onli was already dead. Even if Han Shuo did not absorb his divine soul into Cauldron Spirit, it would still gradually dissipate from this world. When Han Shuo placed his hand on Onli's body, he absorbed Onli's divine soul into Cauldron Spirit with the help of Cauldron Spirit so that Cauldron Spirit could refine Onli into a demon general. Ah! A shrill howl sounded from afar. Han Shuo turned his head and looked in the direction of the howl as though he was absorbing the divine energy in Onli's body. In just a short while, the entire valley began to show its cruelest side. In an instant, everyone seemed to have gone mad. They attacked those around them without any regard for their own lives. Those who had secretly practiced the devouring method on the scroll wanted to kill at least one person to prove their determination. As for Eunice and the others who were unwilling to be part of the evil deeds, they had no choice but to desperately resist in order to survive. Han Shuo sighed inwardly. He knew that there were indeed not many who could remain unmoved under the threat of death and the temptation of rapidly increasing their strength. It was within Han Shuo's expectations that those people would use the law of survival of the fittest to the extreme in Tanai. With Brovst, the leader of the God Hunter Alliance, present, there was no way for Han Shuo to stop the cruel competition before him. all he could do was watch from the sidelines and protect himself. Fortunately, Han Shua had just attacked Lager, the most troublesome person to deal with. He had proven his strength and ruthlessness to the crowd. Therefore, at this moment, when Han Shua and Lager, who were playing with the crossbow in Tanai's hand, no one came to provoke them. The two of them were the most relaxed and leisurely among the many people in the valley. Mournful and miserable howls continuously reverberated throughout the valley. Han Shua crouched behind Only, maintaining the same posture he pretended to be while secretly observing the bloody slaughter that was taking place. The people in the valley who were originally unwilling to join in the evil were gradually showing signs of going crazy in the face of the enemies who were trying to devour them. Some of them who were lightly injured actually cast their gazes at the huge scroll that was still hanging in the void while they were desperately trying to avoid it. In the entire valley, there were less than 10 people who remained unmoved. Eunice, who had cultivated to the late-stage low-god realm, was one of them. Her uncle Barnet, on the other hand, seemed to have been enraged by the attacks of several divine guards of the House of Croton who cultivated in the energy of death. He might go berserk at any moment. Chaos. Tanai had descended into chaos. Everyone seemed to have gone mad. In the end, some of those who wished to become god hunters even started killing each other. They had lost all rationality. Brovst, who was silently observing the situation from within the cave, had no choice but to repeatedly use the enormous scroll to separate those who were fighting each other to prevent the god hunters from killing each other. This was to prevent him from running out of people to use. Lord Brovst, can you bestow Miss Eunice to me? She won't be one of us anyway. When I'm done playing with her, I will hand her over to your subordinates. I don't care if they want to play with her or kill her. Suddenly, Ardman, who had been smilingly observing the changes in the valley with his hands clasped behind his back, bowed and asked for Brovst's instructions. You have done me a great favor this time. Since you are interested in that woman, go ahead and do it. Brovst did not hesitate at all and quickly agreed to Ardman's request. He had been observing every movement in the valley and knew that Eunice wouldn't be of any use to him. For a person who was going to die sooner or later, letting Ardman play with her before her death was no different from making use of trash. Brovst wanted Ardman to work for him more in the future. Thank you, Lord Brovst. Ardman happily thanked Brovst and excitedly rushed towards Eunice. There was an irrepressible obscene look on his face. Ardman was a mid-god cultivating in the energy of darkness. Almost no one in Tanai Mountain could threaten him. In addition to that, he was Brovst's representative. Those who wished to become god hunters to survive automatically made way for him, allowing him to reach Eunice unimpeded. At this moment, Eunice, who was constantly being forced to retreat by the frenzied crowd, had long lost her lofty and aloof demeanor. Her hair was disheveled and her face was covered with dust. She appeared rather miserable. When she heard Ardman's request and saw him walking towards her, Eunice's heart was filled with despair. She secretly made up her mind to injure Ardman when he got close to her. How dare you! On the other side, Barnet, who was on the verge of losing his mind, roared furiously when he saw Adelman coming to grab Eunice with a lascivious smile on his face. Rays of death rays shot out in all directions, heading straight for Adelman. The domain of divinity of death unfolded, and the people surrounding him were blasted away by a huge blooming bone flower. Lord Brovst, please help me. Ardman's expression did not change. He raised his voice and pleaded. The enormous scroll that had been hovering in midair once again descended. This time, it did not merely stop Han Shua from killing Lager. Instead, it directly bombarded Barnet. A terrifying energy of destruction suddenly exploded from the scroll. Barnet fell to the ground without making a sound. His body started twitching violently. Miss Eunice, who can save you now? Hee, you are the only one I have taken a liking to after coming to Fort Verka for so long. It is a pity that you have been so cold to me that I have been thinking about you day and night. Finally, today, I can taste your wonderful body. Are you looking forward to it too? Oh. Ardman laughed heartily as he pounced at Eunice. His body turned into one shadow after another, making it impossible to tell which was the real Ardman. Eunice, who originally wanted to give Ardman a good beating before she died, suddenly realized that she had no way to do so. She couldn't help but feel sad. She thought to herself that she might as well end her own life to avoid being humiliated by such a disgusting person. Chapter 689. The battle in the valley had reached its most intense state. Of the several dozen people who came from Fort Verka, nearly a third of them had perished in a short period of time. Those who were still alive and kicking were those who had made up their minds to become god hunters. Those who did not go to see the scroll in the sky were bitterly trying to fend off the pursuers. It was only a matter of time before they were killed. Han Shua maintained the posture of devouring Amway and coldly observed those who had gone mad. He carefully mobilized Cauldron Spirit's energy and prepared to absorb the divine souls of Tanai's deceased divine souls into the cauldron of Myriad Demon. When everything was in place, Han Shua became somewhat hesitant. It was true that most of Tanai's divine souls had gone mad. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for Han Shua to detect Han Shua's actions. However, Bravst, who had been hiding in the depths of the cave, must have been secretly observing every movement in the valley. As a high god, if Han Shua were to attempt to absorb the divine souls that had yet to dissipate into the world, Bravst would very likely notice it. It was precisely because of this concern that Han Shua could not make up his mind. The feeling of seeing dozens of divine souls in front of Han Shua's eyes but being unable to do anything to them made Han Shua want to die. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua decided to take the risk. He thought that as long as he personally participated in the process and carefully used Cauldron Spirit to absorb the divine souls, he should be able to avoid detection. As long as he could absorb all the divine souls in the valley, even if Bravst were to discover Han Shua's actions, Han Shua would still be able to escape using blood disassembly. After making up his mind, Han Shua no longer hesitated. He slowly released Amway and got ready to take action. Miss Eunice, today, I will let you enjoy yourself to the peak of your excitement." It was at this moment that Ramon let out a hearty laugh. He transformed into shadows and shot towards Eunice. Eunice's face was filled with grief, indignation, and humiliation. When she saw that Ramon had transformed into shadows and was about to end her own life, she became disheartened. Just at this moment, a pitch-black darkness descended from the sky. Terrifying darkness energy descended from the sky and instantly enveloped the clouds above the valley. As creaking sounds rang out, the destruction boundary above was torn apart. A curtain of darkness suddenly shrouded the entire valley, and a cold voice came down from the sky, "Bravst. Come out and die." As the power of darkness, absolute darkness, enveloped the valley was filled with thick, ink-black smoke. Aside from a few cultivators of the power of darkness, no one else in the valley could see what was happening around them. Eunice, who was ready to die, suddenly heard the loud shout coming from the top of the valley and sensed the terrifying energy coming from above. She immediately knew that a powerful enemy of Bravst's had suddenly arrived. Eunice's will to live became unprecedentedly strong. Taking advantage of Ramon's moment of shock, she hastily ran far away. Han Shua, who was in the valley, was one of the few people who could clearly see his surroundings. He discovered that as soon as the loud shout sounded from above the valley, a valiant-looking dark silhouette suddenly burst out of the cave from which Bravst's voice came. The dark silhouette shot towards the cloud-shrouded sky. A series of thunderous roars suddenly came from the sky. The entire valley seemed to tremble as large chunks of rocks fell from the surrounding cliffs. The momentum of those rocks was astonishing. When they tumbled down, they also contained the divine energy of destruction and darkness. Several people who were careless and were hit by the rocks all vomited blood and fell to the ground in exhaustion. The explosions in the sky above his head grew louder and louder. Han Shua's consciousness could sense that two terrifying existences were engaged in an intense battle. The shockwaves from their battle shot into the surrounding rock walls, causing huge boulders to crash down. Some low gods with weaker strength were severely injured and unable to withstand the impact. At this moment, those who were previously filled with despair started to retaliate. Their will to live supported them tenaciously. Those who were determined to become god hunters because their lives were threatened, when they discovered that they might be able to survive even if they did not devour others, started to waver in their determination and became hesitant. Unfortunately, the greatest obstacle came from the absolute darkness. When the entire valley was shrouded in darkness, almost no one could see their surroundings clearly. In a situation where it was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers, everyone tried their best to avoid the crowd. However, when someone sensed that someone was approaching them, they would attack recklessly in order to protect themselves. With that, those who were supposed to stop fighting due to the descent of divine soldiers did not stop. Instead, they fought even more ferociously. In the pitch-black valley, those who couldn't see their surroundings were all fighting fiercely. Han Shua was like a fish swimming through the crowd. The cauldron of myriad demon in Han Shua's hand glowed faintly with green light. Han Shua seized the opportunity to collect the divine souls that had yet to dissipate from the world. 13, 14, 15. Wonderful. These souls are all excellent. They can all be refined into demon generals. I can make up for the demon generals I lost last time. Cauldron spirit cheered excitedly in Han Shua's consciousness. Han Shua didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for those who were madly fighting each other. He wished that they could all die in the valley so that he could absorb their divine souls. Very soon, Han Shua had collected all 43 divine souls in the valley into the cauldron of myriad demon. It was at this moment that Han Shua took another look at the valley. He discovered that the darkness had unknowingly receded and those who had gone mad had gradually regained their sanity. Han Shua looked around and suddenly discovered that Ramon had disappeared without him noticing. Lager, whom Han Shua wanted to kill, had also disappeared without a trace when Han Shua collected the divine souls. Eunice arrived next to Barnett's corpse. Her face was pale and her divine soul had been collected by Han Shua. She had a mournful look on her face. Barnett was killed by Brovst's scroll in order to protect her from harm. He died because of her. Barnett was also her uncle. It was only natural that she would be so grieved. The rumbling above their heads gradually faded away. It appeared that the battle between the two terrifying high gods was no longer confined to the valley. The boundary above the valley had been destroyed by the intruders. The god hunters who had been eyeing the valley covetously had seized the opportunity to flee. With the terrifying threat that was Brovst gone, Tanai and the others were safe for the time being. As soon as the darkness dissipated, a few more silhouettes whooshed away. Those people had come together with Han Shua. However, as they couldn't resist the temptation, they had cultivated the energy of devouring other destroyers and had succeeded in devouring them. Once they devoured someone, they would be branded as a god hunter and from then on, they would become the public enemy of the entire continent. It was a wise decision to flee in panic. Han Shua did not choose to leave. However, he soon discovered that the dozen or so survivors in the valley were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. By now, all the god hunters and those who had just become god hunters had vanished from the valley. With that, Han Shua, who had attempted to devour a god hunter, immediately became the common enemy of the survivors. If Han Shua hadn't displayed great strength, perhaps those people wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation to kill Han Shua. They wouldn't just glare at him. Eunice, who was softly crying in grief beside Barnett, suddenly stood up. She stared at Han Shua with her ice-cold eyes and said in a cold voice, "You are also a god hunter and a participant in the massacre in the valley. I will use you as an offering to my uncle." The reason why others wouldn't attack Han Shua recklessly was because they were apprehensive of Han Shua's terrifying strength. However, Eunice's mastery of the energy of destruction was slightly higher than Han Shua's. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't fear Han Shua. In addition to the fact that she urgently needed to vent the hatred in her heart, Han Shua became her ideal target. Before Han Shua could explain, Eunice had already transformed her grief and indignation into the energy of destruction. The helplessness and despair she felt when she faced Ramon earlier were swept away. Rays of destruction shot out from her tender palms and formed a giant net that enveloped Han Shuo. Han Shuo cursed in his mind and hastily retreated. As he retreated, he shouted, "It's a misunderstanding, it's also a misunderstanding." Eunice didn't say a word but glared fiercely at Han Shuo. She had seen Han Shuo attack Only with her own eyes and naturally wouldn't believe that it was a misunderstanding. She thought that Han Shuo was quibbling and stared fixedly at Han Shuo. Han Shuo wasn't afraid of Eunice, but he needed to prove his innocence in front of others, especially since Eunice had seen his divine tablet. Once Han Shuo's identity as a god hunter was confirmed, it would be extremely difficult for him to clear his name in the future. Eunice pursued Han Shuo relentlessly. Han Shuo's body was infused with demonic yuan and he was extremely agile. Eunice couldn't really catch up to Han Shuo. By the time I got to Only's side, he was already dead. Although I put my hand on his body, it was only for show. I really didn't do anything to him. I just couldn't stand Logger's actions and deliberately came out to target him. I had no intention of attacking Only. If I had really done that, why would I still dare to stay when all the god hunters had taken the opportunity to leave? Stupid woman, can you please use your brain? Han Shuo explained non-stop as he evaded Eunice's pursuit. After hearing Han Shuo's explanation, the survivors revealed puzzled expressions. Two of them who were closest to Only's body took the opportunity to examine it. They discovered that other than a small arrow stuck in Only's back, there were no other wounds on his body. It really didn't seem like he had been devoured by Han Shuo. Generally speaking, only extremely powerful god hunters who frequently devoured others would be able to devour just by touching their bodies. Most novice god hunters or those with low strength would have to use their hands to pierce through the other party's body to devour. The hole left by Logger on Only's chest was very obvious. However, there were no other wounds on his back. From this aspect, it could be seen that Han Shuo's words were not false. Miss Eunice, you have got the wrong person. He is telling the truth. He really didn't kill Only, one of the god hunters suddenly cried out after examining Only's wound. Eunice, who'd been relentlessly chasing after Han Shuo, finally stopped when she heard his words. Eunice, who had nowhere to vent the grief and indignation in her heart, glared fiercely at Han Shuo and snorted coldly. Han Shuo cursed inwardly. He thought to himself, "You've got the wrong person. At least apologize. Not only did you not apologize, but you also treat me with such hatred. You must be crazy. You are such a strange person. Even if you didn't kill Only, you must have had the intention to do so. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed by his side for so long." Eunice said indignantly as she glowered at Han Shuo. "Crazy woman, I can't be bothered to talk to you. You don't even know what's going on. You only know how to cause trouble." Han Shuo replied impatiently. What did you say?" Eunice's eyes were red as she shouted at Han Shuo. Barnett's tragic death had affected Eunice's mind. It was as though she had eaten gunpowder. Han Shuo waved his hand and didn't want to say anything more to her. A group of 8 suddenly descended from the lingering clouds. These people were all wearing black divine armor and all of them possessed mid-god strength. "Lord Erebus has gone to pursue Brofst. Are you all right?" A young man with short green hair surveyed the valley and asked. "Lord Erebus. It's Lord Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows. No wonder Brofst had to retreat." When the survivors heard Erebus's name, they all exclaimed in surprise and heaved a sigh of relief. "I am from the Croton family of Fort Verka. May I know where this place is?" Eunice asked respectfully. Although she was fuming with anger towards Han Shuo, her imposing manner was noticeably toned down when facing these divine guards from the City of Shadows. "Beautiful lady, this is the Shikoro mountain range. It is very far from Fort Verka," the green-haired young man explained to Eunice with a gentle smile. His gaze when he looked at Eunice was filled with obvious male interest. "It's the Shikoro mountain range. Those god hunters are quite bold to set up a stronghold in the Shikoro mountain range. The Shikoro mountain range is very close to the City of Shadows, someone exclaimed. Don't worry, the situation here has been stabilized. Many of the god hunters that escaped have been killed. You are all safe now. The green-haired youth said with a smile. After a pause, he waved his hand and said to the people behind him, check the valley and see if there are any fish that escaped the net. Also, collect the things on the bodies of the dead and make them our spoils of war. As soon as he finished those words, the few divine guards immediately got to work. They shuttled back and forth between the various caves and the center of the valley. After a long while, the green-haired young man furiously shouted, "Who is so shameless as to take away all the valuables of the deceased? Was it you? It wasn't us." Lord Erebus had just deployed his domain of divinity and the entire place was pitch black. It must have been done by someone who cultivates in the energy of darkness. We don't cultivate in the energy of darkness. It can't be us. The survivors of Tanai Mountain hastily explained with faces full of grievances. In their hearts, they were cursing those who profited from the dead. Han Shua bunched his brows. The corners of his mouth curved into an obscure, complacent smile as he cursed the survivors. Chapter 690. Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows, had repelled Bravst, one of the god hunter leaders. Han Shua did not even get to see the two before the crisis was resolved. The survivors in the valley rejoiced inwardly when they learned from the green-haired young man that Erebus had arrived. Those mid-god divine guards left the valley when they discovered that there were no god hunters in the valley and that they could not reap any spoils of war. Han Shua and his party did not stay in the valley for long and dispersed. After flying out of the valley, Han Shua hovered high in the sky and gazed into the distance. He discovered that the Shikoro mountain range was filled with undulating mountains and rivers. He could not see the end of the mountain range. Han Shua spread out his consciousness and sensed the presence of many life forms in the Shikoro mountain range. Through the vision of the demon generals inside the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shua discovered that there were all kinds of oddly shaped creatures in the Shikoro mountain range. They were the magical beasts and peculiar races of Elysium. There was a giant lion the size of a hill, a 100-meter-long serpent with a sharp black horn on its head, and a giant eagle that was constantly spitting out blazing flames as it fought the serpent that was circling on the ground. After observing for a while, Han Shua discovered that the magical beasts on Elysium, perhaps influenced by the superior elemental environment, were extremely terrifying. Not only were they enormous in size, but they also seemed to know how to use the elemental energy between heaven and earth. Those magical beasts that were born with innate gifts of life had an enormous aura of life that was even more terrifying than some low gods. As he gazed into the distance, Han Shua discovered that there were many round pits extending from the valley to the north. Those pits seemed to have been formed not too long ago, as some of them were still growing in size. A few small mountains were still rumbling and swaying, and from time to time, large chunks of rocks would roll down. From what he saw, Han Shua immediately realized that these pits were caused by the battle between Erebus, one of the 7 divine guard chiefs of the City of Shadows, and Bravst. Han Shua slowly walked along the tracks left behind by the two. He would constantly look around along the way, trying to guess the true strength of the two from the traces left behind by the battle. Along the way, Han Shua could see the wreckage of the two's battle everywhere. Many small hills had collapsed, some giant trees that needed 10 people to wrap their arms around had been uprooted, and the earth had been torn apart into gorges. These scenes gave Han Shua a vague estimate of the two's strength. When Han Shua walked to a collapsed mountain peak, he discovered that there were no longer any traces of the battle. It looked like the two had fought to this mountain peak. They'd either flown into the air, or one of them had fled. That was why there were no more traces of the battle. From the green-haired young man, Han Shua learned that the Shikoro mountain range wasn't far from the City of Shadows. According to them, Han Shua had traveled all the way north from the collapsed mountain peak, and it took him 3 days to walk out of the Shikoro mountain range. Even with Han Shua's speed, it took him 3 days to walk out of the Shikoro mountain range. One could only imagine how vast the mountain range was. During the 3 days, Han Shuo saw even more bizarre magical beasts. Some of the magical beasts were so powerful that Han Shuo did not dare to provoke them and could only stay far away from them. Based on Han Shuo's understanding of the classification of magical beasts, those powerful magical beasts were far beyond the 5th rank. They might have reached the 8th or even the 9th rank. Other than some bizarre magical beasts, Han Shuo also discovered some treasures of heaven and earth that contained abundant spiritual energy such as emerald grass, fire fruit, and blue heart stone. These treasures of heaven and earth contained extremely dense yuan energy. Some could even be directly consumed to increase Han Shuo's demonic yuan. There were also some that could be refined into pills with special uses. Most of the people on Elysium did not understand the uses of these treasures of heaven and earth. Therefore, Han Shuo, of course, did not hold back. He collected everything he saw along the way. By the time Han Shuo walked out of the Shikoro mountain range, he could sense that the demonic yuan in his body had increased by quite a bit. After exiting the Shikoro mountain range, Han Shuo did not waste any more time. He spent another half a month traversing through dozens of villages and fortresses before finally arriving at the City of Shadows, one of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion. Standing in front of the City of Shadows' black stone gates that seemed to pierce through the clouds, Han Shuo felt a strange sense of insignificance. As he raised his head to look at the towering black stone door, Han Shuo could sense a majestic and imposing aura. Even though it was early in the morning, there was an endless stream of people entering the city just like Han Shuo. Unlike Fort Verka, the majority of those who entered the City of Shadows were low gods and mid gods. There were even 1 or 2 high gods who walked into the City of Shadows in the center of the masses. On the other hand, those who were only base gods and demigods were rarely seen. Even if there were 1 or 2, they were all underage children. It was only after standing before the City of Shadows that Han Shuo realized that the people on Elysium were abnormally powerful due to the rich elemental energies and cultivation techniques. On Profound Continent, a group of base gods and demigods would be hegemons of a region or the masterminds of a nation. But in the City of Shadows on Elysium, even underage children possessed such divine strength. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. After observing for a while, Han Shuo walked into the City of Shadows. After paying his divine tablet and 1 purple crystal coin, Han Shuo entered the City of Shadows. The first thing Han Shuo saw after entering the city were densely packed boundary towers and magical towers. Those boundary towers and magical towers stood behind the city gates and were covered with sparkling energy stones. They seemed to be providing an endless supply of energy to every corner of the City of Shadows, supporting the luxurious lifestyle in the city. "Hello, may I know how to get to the House of Lavers?" Han Shuo asked a divine guard at the city gates in a courteous manner with a smile on his face. "The House of Lavers." As soon as the divine guard heard that Han Shuo was asking about the House of Lavers, the disdainful expression on his face became much more restrained. After carefully sizing up Han Shuo, he pointed to the southwest of the City of Shadows and said, "The House of Lavers is one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. You should be able to reach it in about half a day's journey from here. When you reach that area, just say that you are looking for the House of Lavers and anyone will be able to show you the way." "Thank you." Han Shuo thanked the divine guard smilingly and headed southwest. The City of Shadows was tens of times larger than Fort Verka. The buildings here were so tall that they reached the clouds. Walking in the City of Shadows gave Han Shuo the misconception that he had not left the Shikoro mountain range. Han Shuo knew why those mighty experts liked to live in buildings that reached the clouds. According to Han Shuo's senses, the elemental energy would be denser at higher places. Although it was only a little, it was enough for those who pursued power to build their buildings as tall as they could. If the buildings weren't so tall that they would collapse, the gods on Elysium might even build their buildings into the sky because their pursuit of power had reached an insane level. Walking among the buildings that were as grand as mountains, Han Shuo once again felt a sense of insignificance. The energy towers, magical towers, and boundary towers all around him were glowing with gentle radiance. Each and every one of those energy towers seemed to have the ability to gather elemental energy. After entering the City of Shadows, Han Shuo clearly sensed that the elemental energy of darkness and death in the city was denser. Although the City of Shadows was very large, as the buildings were equally tall and large, it still appeared rather narrow. Han Shuo observed every building in the City of Shadows along the way. He saw a dazzling array of shops and gymnasiums. The City of Shadows was built to serve the gods. The shops sold divine armors, divine weapons, divine scrolls, and crystals of different functions. For some unknown reason, perhaps due to the influence of the various energy towers, boundary towers, and magical towers in the City of Shadows, the coverage area of Han Shuo's consciousness had shrunk by a lot. Although the various types of energy posed no hindrance to gods who were used to the existence of elemental energy, Han Shuo's consciousness was greatly affected. He was unable to use his consciousness to take in more than half of the City of Shadows. Han Shuo was puzzled. He tried using Cauldron Spirit's energy but discovered that he could only see the situation within a radius of 1 kilometer. Compared to the vastness of the City of Shadows, 1 kilometer was simply too small. While observing the situation in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo had unknowingly walked for more than half a day. When a new street block appeared before Han Shuo, he immediately realized his goal. Just as the Divine Guard had said, the House of Lavers was well known in this area. After asking around in a random shop, Han Shuo was able to locate the House of Lavers. 20 minutes later, Han Shuo stood in front of the Lavers' residence. There were many tall buildings as far as the eye could see. Similarly, there were many energy towers, boundary towers, and magical towers in between the buildings. They provided the House of Lavers with all kinds of energy. As the sky and the space around him were sealed by powerful boundaries, Han Shuo did not have the opportunity to stroll around. He walked straight to the entrance and cleared his throat. Han Shuo attracted the attention of the two divine guards in front of him. The divine guards of the House of Lavers were different from the divine guards of the City of Shadows. They wore dark green divine armor with the emblem of a dark sun at the center of the chest. Han Shuo had once seen the same emblem on Donna's robe. Therefore, as soon as he saw the emblem on the divine guard's divine armor, he knew that he had arrived at his destination. "Youngster, what are you doing sneaking around?" One of the divine guards stared at Han Shuo vigilantly and shouted in a cold voice. This divine guard was a low god cultivating in the energy of darkness and possessed early-stage strength. "I'm looking for Miss Donna of the Lavers' residence. Please help me inform her of my arrival." Han Shuo smilingly handed over a few purple crystal coins in a gentle manner. The expressions of the two divine guards simultaneously relaxed when they saw that Han Shuo was so well behaved. The divine guard put on a faint smile and kept the few purple crystal coins from Han Shuo. He asked, "You know Miss Donna?" Han Shuo nodded and replied, "My name is Brian. Please inform Miss Donna of my arrival." "All right, please wait for a moment." The two divine guards became much more amiable after receiving the purple crystal coins from Han Shuo. One of them hastily walked to the back of the hall. The other divine guard had nothing better to do. When he saw that Han Shuo was so easygoing, he started chatting with him. "Where are you from? How do you know Miss Donna?" "During Miss Donna's last mission, I was her guide. That's how I got to know Miss Donna. It is also her intention that I am here to look for her," replied Han Shuo smilingly. In the Lavers' residence, Miss Donna is considered to be one of the more easygoing masters. It is your fortune to be acquainted with Miss Donna. However, you must be careful when you are in the Lavers' residence. Some young masters and young ladies are not that easy to talk to, the divine guard cautioned. Perhaps because Han Shuo was pleasing to the eye, the divine guard cautioned Han Shuo after making sure that no one was around. "Oh?" Han Shuo was surprised for a moment before he asked, "What kind of people are there in the Lavers' residence? May I trouble you to tell me?" "The patriarch has a younger brother and a younger sister. Miss Donna is the second daughter of the patriarch. Miss Donna has an elder brother named Dewey. The patriarch's younger brother has 2 sons and a daughter. The patriarch's younger sister is married to the House of Bruce in the Destruction Dominion. Other than these direct relatives, there are a dozen or so collateral relatives. Miss Donna and the patriarch are easy to get along with. However, there are some young ladies and young masters who are not so easy to talk to. You must be careful when you enter the laver's residence. Do not provoke those people, the Divine Guard cautioned Han Shuo after receiving the purple crystal coins. Before coming to the laver's residence, Han Shuo had not heard Donna mention anything about the laver's family. Han Shuo came to the laver's residence to look for Donna only to find out some things about the laver's family. He had no intention of joining the laver's family. Therefore, Han Shuo did not pay too much attention to the Divine Guard's words. After exchanging a few more words with the Divine Guard, Han Shuo immediately sensed Donna's aura. Soon, Donna appeared before Han Shuo wearing an emerald green dress. "Brian, what took you so long?" Donna smiled even more cheerfully when she saw Han Shuo. When that Divine Guard who was chatting with Han Shuo saw that Donna personally came out to greet Han Shuo, he immediately viewed Han Shuo in a new light. He originally thought that Han Shuo was merely relying on his relationship with Donna to seek refuge with the laver's family. After all, Han Shuo was just a low god. This sort of thing happened almost every day. It took me some time to settle some things. Of course, I can't just leave like that. After all, that place is also my territory. Han Shuo explained with a smile before he continued, "Miss Donna, it's been a long time since we last met. You seem to have become more beautiful." "Loquacious," Donna reprimanded smilingly. She pulled Han Shuo's sleeve and led him inside. "What are you standing outside for? Come on in." Under the astonished gazes of the two Divine Guards, Miss Donna must have pulled Han Shuo into the laver's family. After Han Shuo's figure disappeared, the Divine Guard who was talking to Han Shuo murmured, "Although Miss Donna is amiable, she shouldn't be this enthusiastic, right?" The other Divine Guard nodded and said, "This youngster is no ordinary person." Chapter 691. Han Shuo followed behind Donna and entered the laver's residence. After passing through many energy towers and boundary towers for a while, they arrived at a tall building Donna resided in. The interior was brightly lit under the illumination of magical lamps. After arriving at a spacious hall, Donna gestured for Han Shuo to take a seat before she smilingly asked Han Shuo how he managed to get there. Han Shuo briefly described to Donna some of the things he encountered from the valley. Donna listened attentively to Han Shuo's narration before she lamented with lingering fear, "It seems that I have been inconsiderate. I did not foresee that you would run into god hunters, not to mention several times in a row. Fortunately, if Lord Erebus hadn't found Bravst, perhaps you would have been in deep trouble. I heard that Erebus is one of the 7 Divine Guard chiefs of the City of Shadows. When he arrived at the valley, I sensed the terrifying aura from him. What kind of strength does he possess?" Han Shuo bunched his brows. He was very curious about this Erebus whom he had never seen before. He had carefully observed the battle between Erebus and Bravst and wanted to confirm his speculations about the strength of the two through Donna. "That's right. Lord Erebus is one of the 7 Divine Guard chiefs of the City of Shadows. He ranks 3rd in strength and possesses mid-stage high god strength. He is a well-known expert in the City of Shadows." Donna explained, "The 7 Divine Guard chiefs are all from the 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows. My uncle Avery is also one of the 7 Divine Guard chiefs. However, my uncle only ranks 5th in strength and possesses early-stage high god strength." After listening to Donna's introduction of the distribution of forces in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo's interest was suddenly piqued. He hastily asked, "Other than your House of Lavers, what are the other 4 major family clans in the City of Shadows? Which one is the strongest?" After arriving in an unfamiliar environment, one should first familiarize oneself with one's surroundings and learn who is the most dangerous and who one should not offend for the time being. Han Shuo had experienced this before. Donna put on a faint smile after hearing Han Shuo's words. She immediately explained to Han Shuo about the distribution of powers in the City of Shadows. Han Shuo quickly understood the situation from Donna. In the City of Shadows, other than the House of Lavers where Donna was from, there were also the House of Saint, the House of Kinson, the House of Kisa, and the House of Buller. Among them, the House of Saint was the strongest. The patriarch of the House of Saint, Wallace, was the city lord of the City of Shadows. The top 3 of the 7 chiefs of divine guards in the City of Shadows were from the House of Saint. Erebus was also a member of the House of Saint. It could be said that the House of Saint was the most powerful and influential power in the entire City of Shadows. The 4 major family clans, including the House of Lavers, were obviously not as powerful as the House of Saint. The strengths of the 4 family clans were about the same. The members of these 4 family clans also possessed lofty statuses in the City of Shadows. They had their own divine guards and controlled many shops and gymnasiums in the city. The House of Saint was the most powerful family clan in the City of Shadows. No other forces or family clans could threaten the House of Saint's position in the City of Shadows. The 4 major family clans followed the House of Saint's lead and had always followed the House of Saint's footsteps. The members of the 4 major family clans were very respectful towards the House of Saint. However, the 4 major family clans competed with each other, openly and covertly, for experts to join their family clans, for energy ores and rare metals in various regions. In short, in order to make their family clans stronger, all the family clans spared no effort to improve themselves. This included obtaining talents and all kinds of scarce resources. They dared not compete with the House of Saint for anything, but they were not afraid of other family clans. After briefly describing the situation in the City of Shadows to Han Shuo, Donna saw that Han Shuo was in deep thought and did not say anything. She patiently waited for Han Shuo to digest her words. After a while, Han Shuo nodded smilingly and said to Donna, "I didn't expect that the House of Lavers isn't the most powerful family clan in the City of Shadows." I thought that your family clan is the most powerful. We have been working hard. Unfortunately, the House of Lavers has only been developing for a short time. We are far behind the House of Saint, which has tens of thousands of years of history. On Elysium, those ancient family clans that have existed for a long time usually have late-stage high god experts, or even more. Only such family clans can be considered first-rate family clans. Our House of Lavers, for example, can only be considered a second-rate family clan at best. Donna said in a self-mocking smile. Then, she looked at Han Shuo smilingly and asked, "Are you disappointed to hear this?" Disappointed about what? Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. Disappointed that our family clan isn't the most powerful force. Won't that restrict your future development? Donna replied smilingly. That has nothing to do with me. Han Shuo shrugged and smilingly said, I have no intention of relying on your family clan. I have no intention of becoming a divine guard of any family clan on Elysium for the time being. Therefore, I don't need to be disappointed. Brian, I'm going to explain the situation on Elysium to you. Donna put on a faint smile and continued, on Elysium, unless you are a high god with formidable strength, you will have to attach yourself to a powerful family clan in order to have a foothold in Elysium. Take our dominions of darkness, death, and destruction as an example. We have formed an alliance to form the Calamity Church. Other than the 3 overgods, the patriarchs of the Calamity Church are patriarchs of ancient family clans. The core members of the Calamity Church are also made up of elites from various large family clans. It is nearly impossible for those who are innocent to truly join the Calamity Church. For someone like you who has just arrived on Elysium, if you don't have a family clan's identity, you will be a hindrance in many matters. After listening to Donna's explanation, Han Shuo forced a smile and nodded. He replied, I understand what you mean. But for the time being, I don't have any plans to do anything on Elysium. All I want is to learn more about the situation on Elysium so that I can travel around and strengthen myself. After hearing Han Shuo's explanation, Donna did not force Han Shuo to join the Lavers family. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Since you have just arrived in the City of Shadows, let me show you around. If you change your mind, our Lavers family will always welcome you. Sure, I would like to see the City of Shadows for myself. Han Shua stood up smilingly. Come, let me show you around our family clan. You can stay here for the time being. When you find a better path, you can leave our family clan. Donna stood up and led Han Shua all the way to the top of the building. She pointed at the towering buildings that reached the clouds and started explaining to Han Shua. The gymnasiums, smelting rooms, and residences of certain special characters were all described by Donna. Han Shua's consciousness was infinitely powerful. He could memorize everything after Donna introduced them to him. Little sister, who are you with? Suddenly, a deep and resounding voice sounded from the top of a tall building on the opposite side. A majestic figure entered Han Shua's sight. He bore a strong resemblance to Donna. He looked like a man in his 30s on Profound Continent. However, after learning about the lifespan of gods on Elysium, Han Shua knew that this person was far older than that. That person cultivated in the energy of destruction and possessed late-stage mid-god strength. Elder brother, this is a friend of mine. I have mentioned him to you before. His name is Brian and he comes from a material plane called Profound Continent. Donna introduced Han Shua to that person from 100 meters away. Oh, you should make some preparations. We will be heading to the Space Dominion very soon, Han Shua said. Donna's elder brother, Dewey, nodded indifferently. He did not look at Han Shua seriously and returned to his room on the top floor. That's my elder brother, Dewey. That's just how he is. He doesn't like to talk to people. Please don't mind him. Donna explained to Han Shua. Han Shua nodded smilingly and did not say much. People from Elysium had an innate sense of superiority towards people from other material planes. Han Shua understood this from the way Bolton, Li Wei, and the others behaved when they first arrived on Profound Continent. It was normal for Dewey to have such an indifferent reaction. If he had been so enthusiastic after learning that Han Shua came from a low-level material plane, Han Shua would have found it strange. Let's go, I'll show you around. I didn't see you bring out any powerful divine weapons the last time we met. Since you have come to our Laver's residence as soon as you arrived on Elysium, I must show you some respect. Donna said in a high-spirited manner. She pulled Han Shua and led him outside. The Laver's residence was so large that it naturally had more than one entrance. This time, Donna and Han Shua left through another entrance and headed towards the most flourishing street in the district. They were surrounded by shops selling items that gods needed. Han Shua was dazzled by the variety. Actually, I don't need any divine weapons. On the contrary, I have a lot of divine weapons in my possession, Han Shua said to Donna smilingly as they walked on the street filled with all kinds of shops. What? Donna stared blankly for a moment before she giggled and said, before I left Profound Continent, I only left you a dozen or so purple crystal coins. Those purple crystal coins were enough for you to find me, but they were far from enough to purchase suitable divine weapons. Even if you bought any divine weapons, you must have been deceived by someone. They are definitely not good stuff. Then take a look at these divine weapons. Are they good stuff? Han Shua handed a space ring to Donna. He stored the incomparably precious divine essences and some divine weapons that were useful to him into another space ring. The space ring he handed to Donna contained all kinds of divine weapons and items that he had collected in the Abyss realm. Some of them were from the Abyss, some were from Kaiser and Erickson in the third layer of the underground world, and some were taken from the Valley of the God Hunter Alliance when he was collecting divine souls. After the seal on the space ring was removed by Han Shua, Donna immediately knew what was inside. Donna wore an incomparably odd expression as she stared at Han Shua. She looked through all the items in the space ring and forced a smile. I think we are indeed here to sell divine weapons. Brian, I really don't understand where you got all these things from. I couldn't tell that you are a rich man. Chapter 692. Donna led Han Shuo to the largest divine weapon shop on the block. The shop was divided into 5 floors. The bottom floor only sold divine weapons used by demigods and base gods, the second floor sold divine weapons used by low gods, the third floor sold divine weapons used by mid-gods, the fourth floor was used to negotiate for custom-made divine weapons, and the fifth floor was for the shop owners to rest. Only a few of the largest shops on Elysium would sell high god weapons. There were no divine weapon shops of that scale in this block. Han Shuo followed Donna into the shop and walked from the first floor to the third floor. Looking at the dazzling array of armors, staffs, divine weapons, and divine stones, Han Shuo had to admit that the people of Elysium were far ahead of all the masters on Profound Continent in the field of artifact smelting. Not only did all the artifacts here have unique functions, they were also exquisitely crafted. The armors were often engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns or boundary seals. Some of the magical formations and divine weapons were also inlaid with beautiful gems that had special functions. Compared to the artifacts displayed here, the weapons made by the elves on Profound Continent, regardless of their actual functions, were much less exquisite. All the guards in the shop recognized Donna. When Donna walked in, they all bowed and greeted Miss Donna as Miss Donna. "Stop looking. We are going straight to the 4th floor. It won't be too late for you to look around later," Han Shuo said. When Donna saw that Han Shuo seemed to be interested in every artifact, as though he wanted to memorize everything here, she couldn't help but urge him. "I have to say, these artifacts are really exquisite. They are even more beautiful than those of the harsh elves on our continent." Han Shuo moved his gaze away from an exquisite sapphire crown and raised his head to look at Donna. "The elves you mentioned also exist on Elysium. However, their art of smelting is far inferior to that of the godly refiners. They generally work as assistants for the godly refiners. The art of smelting of the elves on your continent is probably inherited from the ancient elves on Elysium. Naturally, they can't compare to the godly refiners." Donna explained smilingly. There were many races on Elysium. Among them, the refined god race was a race that pursued art to the extreme. Just like those gods who constantly pursued power, their pursuit of aesthetics had reached a crazy and perverse level. Every piece of equipment on Elysium would need to be perfected by the refined god race after it was smelted. Every piece of equipment on Elysium was so exquisite that it would be liked by anyone who laid eyes on it. As the two conversed, they arrived at the 4th floor. There was an old man resting with his eyes closed. He wore a long robe with checkered patterns all over it. He looked very strange. As soon as he saw Donna, his half-closed eyes suddenly lit up. He chuckled and said, "So it's Miss Donna of the House of Lavers. Are you planning to custom-make some special divine weapons?" Donna shook her head and turned to the side to let Han Shuo enter. She smiled sweetly and said, "Grandpa Domo, you are mistaken this time. I am not here to spend but to sell you some extra divine weapons." The old man named Domo only had base god strength of death. He had spent most of his time and energy on smelting divine weapons. Therefore, he had a unique insight in this field. Little Donna, you must be joking. Your House of Lavers is rich and overbearing. Why would you think of selling divine weapons to us? Little Donna, you don't lack that little bit of money." Domo was very happy to hear Donna address him as Grandpa. He did not continue to address Donna as Mississippi. "Of course it's not me. It's a new friend of mine. He has some divine weapons in his possession that he will never be able to use. He might as well exchange them for some crystal coins." Donna put on a sweet smile and sat down on the empty oak chair in front of Domo. She even beckoned to Han Shuo. "Does this friend here have something to sell?" Domo sized up Han Shuo in astonishment. He then nodded and smilingly said, "Don't worry. For the sake of little Donna, I will not cheat you. Take out everything you have. I will give you an estimate of the price. If it is suitable, we will make a deal." "No problem." Han Shuo straightforwardly took out the space ring and took out all the items of various sizes. He placed them in front of Domo one by one. Among them were swords, armors, and some other miscellaneous gadgets. Domo calmly looked at the over 20 items on the table. Only when Han Shuo took out all the items did he start fiddling with them one by one. He seemed to be memorizing something in his mind. When Domo saw the 3 divine weapons of Ericsson and Kaiser, his eyes lit up. Those 3 items belonged to Kaiser and Ericsson, right? It was only when Domo was carefully flipping through the 3 items that Donna also noticed the anomaly. She looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and asked, "How did they end up in your hands?" "Those 2 died in that strange place. I happened to stumble upon them while I was lost. So, I randomly took those 3 items." Han Shuo appeared to be very nonchalant as he made up an excuse. "You are so lucky." Donna stared at Han Shuo smilingly. When Han Shuo looked back at her, she secretly rolled her eyes and said, "Why do you always run into good things?" Donna recalled the situation back then. The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she became. Back then, Han Shuo clearly said that he was also trapped and only managed to escape with great difficulty. So, how did he manage to collect Kaiser and Ericsson's divine weapons? Who knows? Han Shuo shrugged nonchalantly. These few mid-grade divine weapons can be considered valuable. The others are rather cheap. After a while, Domo put down the divine weapons in his hand. He raised his head to look at Han Shuo and Donna and said, "Let's make it 300 black crystal coins in total. Do you think that's a good deal?" Domo's words were directed at Han Shuo. However, Domo merely shot a glance at Han Shuo before turning his attention back to Donna. It was obvious that Donna of the Lavers family was the person that Domo truly valued. As for Han Shuo, he was merely an insignificant character. "Brian, what do you think?" Donna looked at Han Shuo with a faint smile. "No problem." With Donna around, Han Shuo believed that Domo wouldn't rip him off. Besides, based on Han Shuo's understanding of the market, 300 black crystal coins was a very fair price. Therefore, Han Shuo readily agreed to the deal. Domo was even more straightforward than Han Shuo. Without even putting away the divine weapons on the table, he immediately ordered someone to withdraw 300 black crystal coins and handed them to Han Shuo. And just like that, the deal was sealed. On Elysium, 1 purple crystal coin was equivalent to 100 blue crystal coins and 1 black crystal coin was equivalent to 100 purple crystal coins. Back when Han Shuo first arrived on Elysium, he only needed 50 blue crystal coins to get a divine tablet. Renting a gymnasium would only cost him a few purple crystal coins and entering the City of Shadows would only cost him a single purple crystal coin. 300 black crystal coins could be considered a small windfall. As long as Han Shuo didn't spend too much on high-grade divine weapons and scrolls, 300 black crystal coins would be enough for him to use for a very long time. Not bad. You can be considered a rich man. Our House of Lavers fortress outside the City of Shadows only collects 500 black crystal coins in taxes every month. For an outsider who has just arrived on Elysium, the only ones who can amass 300 black crystal coins in such a short period of time are those peak-stage mid-gods and high-gods. You are but a low god. You should be proud of yourself for having such an accomplishment. Donna sighed from the bottom of her heart. She had been thinking of using crystal coins to rope Han Shuo into the Lavers family. Little did she expect that Han Shuo would be so resourceful. He had made a small fortune as soon as he arrived on Elysium. It wouldn't be that easy to move Han Shuo with crystal coins. Compared to a rich man like you, this little bit of wealth is nothing. Han Shuo replied modestly. Grandpa Domo, I shall not disturb you any longer. Let's take a stroll downstairs. If we find something suitable, perhaps I will return those crystal coins to you, said Donna as she stood up. I still have to sort these things out. I won't keep you company. I will give you a 20% discount on anything you like. Go on, go on. Together with Han Shuo walked to the 3 floors below. He picked out a few dozen origin crystals that he had his eyes on. They were exactly the same as the ones Han Shuo had obtained from the six-horned tribal king of the soul race in Tarag Canyon. These were all good items and needed to form a soul of element from demigod to base god. The origin crystals, which were considered rare treasures on Profound Continent, were sold for only 5 purple crystal coins in this shop. It was so cheap that Han Shuo was about to go crazy. These origin crystals can be found in the center of many energy mines on Elysium. They aren't particularly precious. Besides, they are only useful for demigods to form a soul of element from base god to demigod. You have long surpassed that realm. Why do you need so many? Donna asked Han Shuo in astonishment. Of course I don't need them. But I have a lot of friends on Profound Continent. To them, these origin crystals are treasures that can allow them to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Sigh, due to the abundance of elements on Elysium, there are many miraculous items on Profound Continent. We don't have these on Profound Continent. No wonder you say that Profound Continent is just a low-level material plane. Han Shuo sighed. Do you have a little lover on that continent? You can't seem to forget her. Hee hee. Donna laughed. After hearing Donna's words, Han Shuo suddenly thought of Emily, Fanny, and the others. He wondered how they were doing. He really did miss them and therefore didn't answer Donna's question. Upon seeing Han Shuo's expression, Donna immediately knew that she had guessed correctly. For some reason, when she saw Han Shuo's sad and longing expression, Donna actually felt somewhat uncomfortable. This startled Donna and she immediately chided herself in her mind. What's wrong with me? I shouldn't be having such emotions. Shouldn't I have long forgotten what I experienced in that illusion? Why would I suddenly recall it? Donna had an odd expression on her face as her imagination ran wild. Chapter 693. Inside the shop, Han Shuo spent some crystal coins to purchase many items suitable for beginners. Those so-called divine weapons, which were absolutely rare on the Profound Continent, were clearly marked in the shop, and they weren't expensive at all. Han Shuo spent only 5 black crystal coins to purchase sufficient equipment from this shop. He did not purchase any divine weapons for himself and left the shop with Donna. Not long after the two left the shop, a petite, purple-haired middle-aged man walked into Domo's room. Mr. Domo, I wonder if there's anything wrong with the origin of those divine weapons sold by that youngster. Do you want to investigate? The purple-haired middle-aged man asked. Domo's entire body was squeezed into the chair. He lazily shot a glance at the man and said in a displeased manner, that youngster was brought here by Miss Donna of the Lavers family. Even if there are any problems, we will bear the responsibility. Master has instructed us not to offend anyone from the 5 major family clans. Jackson, are you going to go against Master's words? Of course not. Jackson lowered his head and replied. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. He thought to himself, we are both blacksmiths in this shop, why do you have to be so superior to me? However, if there really is a problem with the origins of those divine weapons, if we don't handle them properly and they leak out, who will bear the responsibility? What problem can there be with just some low-grade divine weapons? Domo's face was filled with disdain. He impatiently said to Jackson, the only valuable items are 3 mid-god divine weapons from the element of light and water. No matter how I look at it, there shouldn't be any problem. Alright, put my name on this transaction. If there really is a problem, I will take full responsibility. Are you satisfied? Since you have put it that way, of course I won't have any objections. Alright, I won't disturb you any further. Go back to your rest, I'll take a look around. Jackson chuckled mischievously and immediately retreated from Domo's room. He came to a corner on the 3rd floor, found a few guards, and instructed in a low voice, investigate the origins of those divine weapons. Be careful. Report to me immediately if you find anything wrong. Understood, Mr. Jackson, we know what to do. The guards were all on Jackson's side and immediately nodded to show that they understood. Han Shoa and Donna had no idea that Han Shoa was dragged into the matter because of a personal grudge. At this moment, Han Shoa was still strolling around with Donna. With Donna's introductions, Han Shoa gained a deeper understanding of the City of Shadows. When the two returned to the Laver's residence, the two guards at the door looked at Han Shoa in amazement. It was as though they felt that it was a great thing for Donna to accompany Han Shoa. "Young Master Dewey just instructed us to make a trip to Second Master's place after you return." A guard respectfully transmitted a message to Donna. "Got it," Han Shoa replied amiably. After leading Han Shoa into the Laver's residence, Donna pointed at the tall building she lived in and said to Han Shoa, "Uncle must want to talk to me about my upcoming mission to the Space Dominion. I'll be heading over first. You can take a rest inside. Don't stand on ceremony. Oh, there's a gymnasium at the back. Some members of the family, divine guards, and cabinet members would sometimes spar there. If you feel bored, you can go and take a look." "All right." Han Shoa was rather interested in the gymnasium of the Laver's residence. After Donna left, Han Shoa headed straight for the largest gymnasium. Those who could enter the Laver's residence were generally not outsiders. The gymnasium was a place for people to spar and learn from one another. It was open to all members of the Laver's family. Han Shoa did not encounter any obstructions and easily arrived at the gymnasium. The first thing Han Shoa saw upon entering the gymnasium were 4 boundary towers. They surrounded the 2,000 square meter gymnasium in a quadrangle shape. The 4 boundary towers created 4 layers of boundaries around the gymnasium to prevent the gymnasium from collapsing due to the intense divine energy. The gravity on Elysium was much higher than on Profound Continent. With the additional gravity added to the gymnasium, Han Shoa immediately felt that every step he took had become much more difficult. There were many people standing around the 2,000 square meter gymnasium. Several figures were engaged in intense sparring in several areas of the gymnasium. Divine lights flickered and the domains of divinity were in disarray. Most of the people in the gymnasium were wearing clothes with the emblem of a dark sun. Those people should be members of the Laver's family. There were also a few people like Han Shoa who were dressed in bizarre attire with all kinds of emblems and symbols. They were pointing at the sparring people and discussing something in low voices. Han Shoa's arrival did not attract much attention. Those people were either chatting in groups of 3 or 4 or sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed in contemplation. It seemed that they had comprehended something during the sparring. No one bothered to disturb them. After observing for a moment, Han Shoa discovered that there were 5 mid-gods. The remaining dozen or so were high gods just like him. Not all of them cultivated in the 3 major energies of death, darkness, and destruction. There were also a few who cultivated in the energy of lightning, wind, and earth. One of the mid-gods who cultivated in the energy of lightning was the most valiant of them all. Despite his young age, he possessed mid-stage mid-god strength. His body was surrounded by little snake-like electric arcs. He was as steady as a boulder as he defended against the attacks of 2 mid-gods of the same level. He wasn't at a disadvantage in the slightest. Every punch he threw was accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder. Young Master Ting Fei is truly valiant. As expected of a genius of the Thunder King family. His raging thunder divine energy is too powerful. Yeah, even young Master Cage and Zico couldn't break through his lightning wall. They even had to be on guard against him. How terrifying! Some of the low gods at the side softly exclaimed. Their faces were filled with reverence. The battle between the 3 mid-gods at the center of the gymnasium grew fiercer and fiercer. The few low gods who were fighting in the surrounding areas had no choice but to compress their combat zone under the intense electric field. In the end, all of them stopped fighting and silently observed the intense battle between the 3. Ting Fei was like a flood dragon covered in electric arcs. It was as though he wasn't affected by the gravitational field in the slightest. He streaked across the gymnasium. the electric arcs covering his body grew brighter and brighter. The rumbling of thunder in the gymnasium grew more and more intense. Cage, the second son of Donna's uncle Avery, and that divine guard named Zico kept retreating under Ting Fei's counterattacks. Bang! Bang! 3 claps of thunder exploded amidst the blazing lightning, and both Cage and Zico were blasted back several steps. Amazing! Ting Fei, your violent thunder divine energy is truly ferocious. We are all mid-stage mid-gods, but the two of us couldn't withstand it. Cage immediately exclaimed after he steadied himself. Ting Fei, who was standing as straight as a javelin, gently smiled and said to Cage, the violent thunder divine power is extremely explosive in a head-on fight, but if it's a real fight to the death, you guys definitely won't go head-on with you. It's really hard to say who will win and who will lose. Young Master Ting Fei is too polite. If it was a one-on-one fight, I would definitely retreat. Zico, a divine guard of the Lavers family, took a deep breath and agreed with Cage. He was a tactful divine guard. Ting Fei, while you are a guest in our family, you must guide my little sister a lot. She admires you very much. Cage laughed heartily and pointed at Eve, who was only an early-stage mid-god. Eve was Avery's daughter. She bore some resemblance to Donna, but she lacked the graceful temperament of Donna. She was more elegant and pretty. At this moment, her cheeks were slightly red and she was looking at Ting Fei rather bashfully. It was obvious that she was very interested in Ting Fei. Of course, replied Ting Fei warmly. However, he only casually swept a glance at Eve. It seemed as though he wasn't very interested in Eve. All right, let's take a break and watch the others fight. Cage laughed and pulled Ting Fei towards the resting area where Eve was staying. Friend, you look unfamiliar. Are you also a member of our family? Zico walked towards Han Shuo. He was very familiar with this place and couldn't help but ask in astonishment when he saw the unfamiliar Han Shuo. When the crowd in the gymnasium also saw the unfamiliar Han Shuo, they all revealed attentive expressions. No, I'm a friend of Donna. I heard the commotion and came over to take a look. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and replied politely. Oh, so you are a friend of Miss Donna. Friend, you cultivate in the energy of death. If you are interested, you can go down and find a suitable opponent to spar with. You will only gain enlightenment in a real battle. That will be very beneficial to you. Zico said to Han Shuo with a smile. No, I'm just here to take a look. My strength is low and I won't embarrass myself. Han Shuo tactfully declined. Hey, friend, you are also a low god. And a late-stage low god at that. You can play with me. Don't be a wet blanket. A bald youngster stood in the gymnasium and waved at Han Shuo. He looked somewhat similar to Dolores, except that he was slightly shorter. He also didn't have the grave and stern aura of Dolores. Miss Donna's friend must be extraordinary. Friend, don't refuse. Come down and play with Doloxes. There won't be any problems. Ting Fei, who was drinking tea with Cage at the resting area, suddenly had his eyes light up when he heard that Han Shuo was Donna's friend. Since young Master Ting Fei has spoken, don't refuse, friend. Give us some face and go down and play. Cage creased his brows and also tried to persuade Ting Fei. It seemed that he was very friendly towards Ting Fei. Alright, let's just have some fun. Don't take it too seriously. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Han Shuo nodded with a smile and walked towards Doloxes in large strides. He thought that with Donna's identity, those people wouldn't be too serious. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.